5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Greetings and salutations. Happy Sunday. This is a special edition of WWT Live. We had such a great time Friday with this Shield debate. And, unfortunately, someone was not there. Don't know what they were doing. I guess Cody Rhodes needed them for some consultation or something. Or maybe he's just not showing up like The Rock at WrestleMania. Who knows? Who knows?
Trying to help him finish the stories.
Yeah, it's trying to help these people finish.
So, wait, how do you do it?
1, 2, 3.
I felt like he went like that.
He did. It was. Anyway.
And then.
Oh, Rocky.
I feel like Rocky has definitely done that to somebody in real life. I feel like he has definitely.
Oh, for sure.
That was too swift. So I'm like, you've done that more than once.
Absolutely.
More than once.
I never understood when people count 1, 2, and then 3. Like, what about 1, 2, 3? Like, just go.
Yeah, the right way.
No. So also too because of their pinky. So sometimes when you do like extensive work with your pinky, you can't have it come up like that. So you have to, and it hurts to do this. So some people have it like this because it's a lot easier. Yeah, like this pinky fingers are so crazy. Like I remember I gotta ask my uncle about it again, but he had like these random ass facts about pinkies that I didn't know about. Like you can actually have like up to 3 hairline fractures in your pinky and not know it, and it still operates and everything.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, and that it's one of the only fingers out of these that could actually mend itself without having to have like a splint.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, because of how fragile those are, it doesn't have to take it's not as much strength as these. So it kind of just like it's supposed to really just fill it out. That's really what it does. It was just like, this don't look right. So
yeah, you're right.
This thing real quick, and we should be good. That should balance it out. I didn't plan it. Yeah, the guy was like, I didn't plan these thumbs all the way through like I thought. It worked well with the pause, and it was just boom. This thumb though was a little bit interesting. But this is a special WWT. We are doing the Shield debate watch along. Now, you've seen watch alongs from me with NXT, Honey with Honey Night SmackDown. And, since Dion unfortunately wasn't able to join us Friday, he has held out watching the episode, and he came up with a wonderful idea for us to watch it together, catching his reactions, seeing all, just pausing, being able to discuss what's going on. I was able to chop it down. So it's about an hour and a half. And yes, cousin Ron, you can tally up the score, okay? I did it. And I know Dion gonna do it too because he is the note master. All right, but I did the math correctly, okay? I sat here, I made sure the acts, I wrote it as it was going. So, but feel free, cousin Ron, to write down the tallies. But we found out something very interesting real quick before we start. Honey, will you run back exactly something you just told us about the NWO Wolfpack music?
Oh, yeah. Fact of the day. A lot of people don't know this, but Jimmy Hart was responsible for that NWO Wolfpack theme song. Partially responsible. C Murder, the rapper, as well. But Jimmy Hart was on the production and writing team as well, which is fire. I think that's so dope.
Wolfpack back all the mass destruction. That's
Yep.
Do it again, baby. Jimmy Hart.
You can just hear it in the booth. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. Like Jimmy Hart was responsible for a lot of classic tunes, but a lot of people don't really know that his name is on that Wolfpack theme song.
The Wolfpack theme song is crazy.
Yeah.
Also, too, my uncle is not a fan of me after that 1 month ago yesterday. He saw the live. He was like, now, how you gonna be a wrestling fan
and got rid of all the legends?
How you gonna get rid of Ric Flair? You gonna
man.
Hogan, Hogan, I can't say what the other part that he said because this will definitely get us kicked off of YouTube. But just he's an old Southern black man, and he definitely has his own versions of what to call people. It's not something you can say live in front of people. But he was like, "How you go pick him over Ric Flair?" I was like, "Yo, I explained the whole thing over there, man. Ric Flair made the numbers, but the moments though." The moments. Hogan was a part of our life. You can tell me what you want. All right. If I gotta figure out how to listen to R. Kelly music and not think about R. Kelly, then it's gonna have to be the same for Hogan.
Oh,
that's a hell of an analogy.
I'm gonna have to separate the person from the artist and be like, listen, Hulk Hogan said that, but Hulk Hogan didn't say that.
Terry Bollea said that.
Bollea said it is what you're saying?
Yeah. I was like, Hulk Hogan would never say it.
I understand what you
Hulk Hogan would never say anything.
Man.
It was just tough. Is it choosing between who was it at the top again? It was Hogan,
Stone Cold, and Hogan.
Stone Cold and Flair. Like, yeah, like I don't know. Like, I couldn't take away Ric Flair because oh my God. I couldn't take away from Ric Flair because without Ric Flair, a lot of the other superstars that came after him wouldn't be because he inspired a lot of them. You know, like you had
Shawn Michaels, Triple H.
Like everybody under the sun, basically.
Here's my thing, though.
Stone Cold called them the greatest.
But here's my thing, though. Let's not act like there's not other people that inspired them. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm just
but
saying.
Again, so if you take away that part, that's not a very big importance because it's not like hindering on, well, if Ric Flair was never here, we'll never get Triple H. It's like, no.
No, that's not true. That's not even what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I just couldn't. That's for my reasoning and from my perspective. I couldn't go against Flair. There's too much. And he has one of the most interesting stories.
Oh yeah, look at Cousin Ron. He said they haven't spun Kills in years. This is
I haven't either. I haven't either. I'm gonna be honest. I have not either.
It's so tough because I love Chocolate Factory. And
Stepping in like love.
I'm like, but he did this though.
Hey, you know what's funny?
It's tough.
But you know what the crazy thing about all of that proves? It proves Michael Jackson never did none of that shit that they said. Because you don't feel this way when you put on Mike.
No,
you feel away when you play R. Kelly.
He didn't. Like, that's why.
You feel away playing R. Kelly, like in your spirit, not about who hearing your nut. You just be feeling like, I shouldn't be listening to this.
I just bought Thriller on vinyl like a few weeks ago.
I ain't never stopped listening.
Dim Bat and I.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I know he didn't do what y'all talking about, man. The person that wrote all of this shit couldn't have done that.
Yeah. I was done after Trapped in the Closets. I was just like, all right. Well, it
was good for about 5 chapters.
But it was a great. No, don't get me wrong. I was done after like 6, 7, 8. 1 through 5. I'm here for it.
Before it was exposed to what he did,
to the closet.
Trapped in the Closet needed.
Oh my God, a rubber.
Yo, Echo and rubber at the end. This is what we should have known. Yeah, he did all that shit they're talking about. He did all that shit.
Like this, you experienced this, sir. Like you telling a story about you, aren't you? I
caught a cramp. Oh my God! Wait a minute! I'm about to climax.
So bad. But wait,
at what point did it become a joke for him? Because I feel like the first 5 chapters, the midgets were great.
Exactly. It was the midget. After that, under the sink, I'm just like,
under the sink, it's the midget. Midget. I was like, okay, I can't do this.
Do any of us or y'all watch American Dad or have watched it? Little boy,
not thoroughly.
Yeah, his little son. There's an episode where his son has like a Trapped in the Closet series where he's singing like R. Kelly. It's hilarious because the guy who sings as Steve, I think that's his kid name. He can sing, and it's hilarious, man. It's just him about like going home after school. He got locked in the girl's bathroom, and it's hilarious. So if you haven't seen it, please go look at.
gotta
put
see
in
I'll
like
have to
Steve
watch
singing from American Dad. It's the whole compilation of it.
I gotta go watch that one. Now I will definitely go check that out because I do know his son. His son is hilarious. But yeah, honey, I know we are still rolling the dice about you having to go take care of all those millionaires at the restaurant you work at and get those $1,000 tips that they be giving. You know what I'm saying? We know.
That's the honey sign.
Yeah, that's the honey sign right there.
not not for nothing. I used to have a shirt, and I don't know where I found this. I might have found it like a Rainbow or like one of them little Mandy's or some kind of stores. This was years ago, but I took it and I ran with it because Honey's been my nickname for years. It was a shirt that had no money, no honey with a B on it, and I was like, that perfectly describes everything in my life, like my lifestyle. F-U-P.
F-U-P. All right, y'all ready to get into this watch along?
Let's do it.
Hell yeah! I'm here because I want to see Dion's face.
Yes,
everything.
And again, feel free to say when y'all want to pause it or discuss it.
Yes, please.
Just let me know. All right, and we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Can you hear it clearly, Dion?
5,
Yeah, I got it.
3.
I've been trying to work with settings on this laptop. I'm glad I
Women's
looked
Wrestling
at it
Talk,
yesterday.
the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Number 1.
TGIF family, thank God it's Friday. Yes, it really is Friday. And welcome to another edition
Professor always makes me
of WWT Live. It's part of
Right.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1
I like that hoodie,
women's
man. The
wrestling
Impact
network
hoodie.
on the planet. I am your
Oh, he be killing me
professor,
with the hoodies.
Gerard Bonner, GB, some of the
I'm gonna
other
have to get
names
an
you don't
NXT
have to call me,
Bonafide
but I'm
hoodie.
just glad to be here. This is going to be a fantastic
He's
show.
welcome to make it.
Yes, we have some breaking news for you, but today is all about the Shield, who indeed is the greatest member of the faction known as the Shield. We will have that debate and much more. So you might want to bring your friends in for this one because this one's going to be chock full of fun and great information. But of course, I am not doing this alone. As the songwriter says, it's no fun unless your homie has some. So with
Jimmy
that
Hart
said,
told T. Murder.
here comes our tribal councilman. I almost called him our tribal chief. Somebody might get upset with that. He is the final councilman. Will Ferrell's in the building. Councilman, how are you, sir?
I throw that finger up.
Yeah.
Yo, I gotta tell you, this is how I know Professor's a good parent. Y'all don't get to see stuff like this, but as soon as we went live, I don't know what happened. All I saw was this. Like so many memories. I was like,
It was
oh
so
my God.
swift. It was so swift.
I was like, oh
I
yeah,
missed it. I
this
didn't
man
see
is a phenomenal parent. Because
Well,
I know they walked off. There wasn't nothing else need to be explained. They definitely left when it.
And you hear no noise now. So
No, not at all.
there we are. There we are. All right. Up next, first of all, we've got some cool people, of course, in the chat. Of course, Dylan's in the chat. Good morning to you, sir. It is morning all the way in Australia. Good day to you, Lewis. Good day to you, cousin. And happy birthday, Pat Chu. It was your birthday yesterday. So shout out to you, kind sir, for sure. Of course, Wednesday was her day, but she does show up on Friday. And honestly, guys, I don't know what we're about to see. But she's all things elite. She is the elitist
Oh my
of
God.
women's wrestling.
Oh,
talk.
is this what it did?
Courtney's in the building. Courtney, how are you?
The way y'all looked at her though.
It just went off. I couldn't hear nothing.
It was
You
giving
guys
Orange
like
Cassidy and Dean Ambrose all at the
I
same
just
time.
had to.
Okay.
Oh, no,
I just had to.
reverse these
We gotta
things.
work on your
Nothing my heart saying for this
Wait till
debate.
Professor. Wait for the pop.
we got to work on your sound, Courtney.
I know.
Intro. It just cut your music off.
I know.
I don't know if it's your computer or if YouTube is just doing this. But every time I heard
I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna work on it.
Yeah. For sure. All right. Well, last but certainly not least, whenever we get into these debates, I must admit it is always fun to have her with us. She's always well informed, but she always, let's just say, looks the part. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like today, but in the building is Wrestling with Honey. Ready for this great reveal.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Wrestling with Honey, and I am prepared to be your tribal advocate for this great debate today. I hope you all are ready, because we have our facts, we have our files, we have our notes, and we are very, very well prepared.
I feel like I'd just be like this the whole time. Just
Yeah. And yo, now tell me where the head placement is. Do no. Like, she went dedicated to it.
You know what's funny?
Like,
I
yo.
was kind of gonna go the old Paul Heyman and mix it up with a cap.
the hat and the ponytail.
Oh, you had that hat on yesterday? Oh, that'd have done it. That'd have done
Yeah.
it. Ponytail. Oh, also breaking news. TikTok is back.
Already?
Hey, TikTok.
Already.
TikTok is back already, man.
TikTok is back. What about CapCut? We good there too?
Boy, I'm so happy I didn't join nothing else.
I'm barely on the shit, so
I am too. I'm just like,
I
okay.
still have it, but I'm barely on the shit, so it was like no loss to me. I do Instagram anyway. I love Instagram a lot.
It's my wormhole at night. I watch a lot of like shoplifting videos. They're hilarious to me.
Mm.
It's just the fact. It's just the fact that how many people like made videos about like it being gone, and just like I've lost it all, or just saying like it's bad. I'm just like, this is how I know us. We are in trouble because no one knows how to read. No one.
Nobody.
This would let me know that.
Oh.
No one ever reads it because they were just like, I can't believe it's gone. I'm like, first of all, it's not gone. It just said it's temporarily unavailable.
Yeah.
It did not say that it is no longer here.
Well,
You know, it's the kids. It's the kids. They're
well,
like,
we did.
No. You see, honey, you see, no, because I know some 40-year-old people who are on TikTok and they doing the same shit. That just said I'm unemployed. I'm like, it's temporarily locked.
Yeah,
that's all it said.
Well, we did have a struggle on here from left to right and up and down yesterday. So, no offense, everybody.
That was. I'm gonna that was not a highlight moment. Somebody even said start in the middle. What? I was like, wait.
We love you though.
And then to be fair, I do also get confused with vertical and horizontal. Like sometimes I mix them up just to be fair, just so it don't look.
That's why I kept doing that yesterday.
When they show me the arrows,
horizontal.
when they show me the swooping arrows.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, here we go. Here, okay. I got it now. No, people really, that shit just be funny. That shit just be so funny. All right, let's get back into this. Yo, the way your head placements is, I thought you had a ball cap right here. I thought you had full in Heyman. I was like,
That's just my big ass forehead.
Wow, that's funny. Ready? Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and introduce here. I don't, again, as we've seen for half of this panel, we don't know what's going to happen when they come on screen, but we do know that when debates happen, this is another favorite of mine. He always comes with facts, figures, and reasonable perspective. And I have great respect for that. The mayor is with us. Mayor said.
I love
that. I clicked that button real fast, right?
I like that's your new intro. Like,
I don't care.
This is a new intro.
Why his face?
I'm sipping.
That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Oh my.
Okay.
I hear shield music.
Oh man.
PTSD. Oh my lord.
Wow.
You're
down.
He's here. Wow. Okay.
Glad, so nice of you to join us this
great day.
evening.
Did he just
I
have
love
this?
this. I love this.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we're about to
Yeah.
get into this
just-
long-awaited debate.
I've
We've
never
been
I didn't
waiting
know
to
either.
have the conversation to discuss who is the greatest Shield member. Now, for those of you who remember the last time we had a massive debate like this, it was to determine who was the greatest of the four
Like, just look
horsewomen.
at them. You
That was a
already
very
know.
fun debate. Go
I mean,
back
look,
and check
look
that
what
out in
Steph
our
Ruff was
archives.
in, man.
But today it is all about
As a
determining
Shield member.
Yo.
who's the greatest member.
Yo, Seth's outfit was the most ridiculous because he really looked like he stole that from a SWAT member, and like a whole bunch of shit was in them pockets. Like,
He looked legit.
yeah, but the diving roll, I'm like, this gotta hurt. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Over
What
the
the
term,
fuck?
over the
Roman had the best
yeah,
shield.
yeah.
But Roman looked the true part for this shield, and I think
Yeah, nah, Roman did that. He
Member
did
of
have
the
best
Shield.
one.
Of course, we have Roman Reigns. We've got Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose,
Man,
now
I can't-
known as John Moxley. I think this is going
The
to be
evolution between
quite the
them is-
conversation. We're
I'm
gonna
getting a
turn it
bit
over to the
upset listening to
councilman,
this now.
who
We
is
haven't
going to
started
kind
or
of
watching
share
this
how
already.
we will engage in said discussions.
Just
and
wait.
He'll lead us from
Just
here.
Just wait.
Thank you, Professor. So yes, the Shield debate. We have a new format that we're going to go, and
It's so
it's going
funny.
by a point system.
Councilman's right next to
So
Councilman.
this is going to determine
Councilman.
who, after all the overall points have been given in these particular categories, will determine the
Look at that
ranking
guy.
of each Shield
Look
member.
at that guy.
And today, those categories are going to be the in-ring ability of these
But look,
members,
you right next to you
mic
too.
skills
I know,
/ charisma, championships and
No,
achievements,
look at his face.
character evolution, and then
It's
legacy.
like the
and
character was
impact.
not
Now
changed.
you will rate each of these categories
Oh,
after
Sal.
you giving your reasoning for it in each person on a scale of 1 to 10.
I wonder how Dion's
We're
gonna
going to
react.
tally all of that up in each category, and whoever has
Give
the
us
most
hope.
points will be determined of who goes in first, second, and third. So I think the best one for us to start off with is going with in-ring ability.
Side note, is someone keeping track of the time? Because I want to make sure we don't go off the rails in terms of how long
2 seconds,
the
Gerard.
discussions go for each person.
So that was the question I was going
That
to
should
ask
be a
you,
shirt.
Professor. As far as giving out your reasoning, do we go 1 minute or 2 minutes?
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories. You said
5.
Oh, 5. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking at 6 from 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I'm sorry. I counted wrong. Okay. All right. We've got 5, and we've got 5 people. Oh, if everybody has 2 minutes, then everybody has 10 minutes, which means 50 minutes. Okay, a 2 minute max. Wait. Let me make sure I do this right. So everybody's going to talk about each category. Is that right?
Yeah, from each.
And they're going to talk about each member with each category.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, 1 minute. 1
That's it.
minute.
He said, "Oh Lord, 1 minute."
He said,
1
Nuh-uh.
minute.
Nuh-uh.
And I'm going. I will gladly keep time. And when your minute is up, matter of fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will give you a warning at 45 seconds.
Okay.
When you have gone through 40, when you have 15 seconds remaining, at that 1 minute,
That minute be
we're gonna move
gone.
on because
He should just
I
cut
mean,
the mic
I
like
mean,
a
he
presidential
came
debate.
left. Because a lot of us were like,
we need to.
shit,
we
what
need
else
to
is there?
ensure that they have all the time they need.
What else can I
for
say in 15
celebration.
seconds?
That shit was
y'all.
hilarious.
Yes.
It's too funny. All of us did it. All of us.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So let me guess what you're going to do. I'm going to just ask this. So you will mention a member of the Shield, and then we'll discuss all of these attributes about that particular member. Is that right? Is that how
Yes.
you're going to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
We go ahead and do it just like that. All right. Let's start off again, like I said, with in-ring inability, and we're gonna first start off with the tribal chief. I'm going to start with Honey. I want you to give us on a scale of 1 to 10, what is Roman Reigns
In ring ability. I don't even know what happened there. Did you guys hear that? That was weird.
Yeah,
Wow,
I heard
yeah,
that too.
I know
Do I sound okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I heard
Yes.
something. It
Are,
was
are
like,
you ready?
I don't know what it was.
I think
Very,
I'm
distorted
ready.
sound.
And the clock starts now.
In-ring ability for Roman Reigns as far as the number goes. Give me number 8.
Right.
Why?
And why 8 out of 10?
Because all right. 8 because I guess I went high because of the impact and for something memorable, something that the crowd catches on with, with the ooh-ah scream and the Superman punch and the spear is just something that he does really, really well. He executes it really well. I know he's
15 seconds.
He's much more of a powerhouse kind of guy. So I think I would have to give him this in-ring ability an 8 because it's just more impact, not so much technicality, not too much agility, even though he does dive over the top rope. But
time.
8.
All right. Courtney, on a scale of 1 to 10, Roman's in-ring ability and why you would rate it, what you're going to rate.
Well, that minute kick.
I'm actually going to give him an 8 out of 10 for ring ability, only because he has improved a lot since he came into WWE and has a signature move, staging like the ooh-ah, the spear, the Superman punch, and he has started to show a lot more better. And it has shown
Not
that
to
he has
mention the
improved
guillotine,
his
too.
craft, especially with the feud that he had when he was champion in 2020.
All right. Mayor, if you could let me know.
And that's only because, and I just want to put that in.
Rewind it. Go back real quick, like to when Courtney finishes. Because
only because he has improved a lot since he came into WWE and has a signature move, staging like the ooh-ah, the spear, the Superman punch, and he has started to show a lot more better. And it has shown that he has improved his craft, especially with the feud that he had when he was champion in 2020.
All right. Mayor, if you could let me know.
And that's only because, and I just want to put that in there.
Professor,
You're Professor. And that's
I was just impressed that you were done in 30 seconds. So
because one time there's been a couple of times where she like goes off on a tangent and she rambles. Remember, I think it was one time where TK was like, Courtney, we're pressed for time. Who you got? Who you picking to win? So we're like,
she asked no question, and she went on a whole she went down and answered 4 questions nobody asked. She was like, "All I asked you was, who was your pick for this?"
Courtney's gonna give her own reason. She gotta lay it out all the top. She's gonna make sure you get the point.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious.
Professor's face was like,
oh, he was like, she did it. Like, yo, y'all ain't shit.
She did better than me.
Let me try to get it back to where it was. There we go.
Oh, she
like,
I
peeped it.
let it go. Let it be. Let that be your shining moment. Please let that be.
I will say this for the record. Doing pageantry so much, especially in a time clock, it was practice.
Oh, there you go.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm for it.
Yes,
I'm
indeed.
for it.
All right. Mayor, you are up. Scale of 1 to 10. Please rate Roman Reigns' in-ring ability and why.
6. And the reason I say this is because I feel like when you talk about in-ring ability, we're talking about evolution.
What the hell, man? Y'all last said hijack this, man.
Wait till you see the results, man. It was so great. This was organically great stuff. I loved it. I enjoyed it. But
listen, to be fair, it wasn't all the way like blew my mind crazy that he said that.
No.
Because I also talked to my cousin about this, and he was saying, I wouldn't have gave him a 6, but I would definitely say he has a 7 as far as in-ring ability. And he had said the same thing because of Mayor. He was like, it's because of 5 moves. It's just like, yo, you only have these 5. And I was like, That's kind of true. He said, but what I'll say, he said, but what cousin said was, what he'll say is, even though Roman is maybe just 5 moves of doom, he works it better in the ring than John Cena ever did.
And that's what I'm going through my notes before my phone dies, because I actually wrote out the notes for the categories too. But
yeah.
I gave him an 8. I don't know if my points count anymore. I don't think so. So, but
I mean, not for the win, but you can definitely let us know what you give them.
But my whole thing was like, all right, yeah, it's 5 moves. I get it, but he can wrestle anyone of any weight class, of any. Like he can go with AJ, he can go from AJ to Brock, you know.
Yep.
And on top of that, most of his matches are very story driven. So
Yes.
there's a lot of match psychology behind his matches. When he talks to the camera, when he does all of his other stuff in the ring, he's had his best set of matches these last 4 years. But even when you look at the ones before, while he was still in his Shield get up, he was still having like great matches with every single person on the roster, no matter what. Not a lot of people can do that, especially for his size and how young he was to the business too. So the psychology behind all of his stories has been the best thing about his in-ring ability, because I care more about the stories than the actual match and moves, or actual moves that he does in those rings. But that's just me. That was my case.
Oh no, I agree fully with you as well.
But a 6? Okay, we'll keep
I couldn't do 6. I couldn't do 6. I was like,
no,
it ain't a 6.
Because if that's the case, I can only imagine what Moxley got. It's got to be lower than a 6.
It's said. This
man just uses hardcore match. Never mind.
All right,
we probably shouldn't have watched this together, because I would have been.
Dion would have been right there with me. I already know. But go ahead, let's go.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Which is not much. I think sometimes you can be prisoners of how big and
see my face and my reactions every time.
Makes a move look differently. I think about in the NBA in terms of this, like, what are you adding to your bag? What are you adding to your game year after year? With Roman, we haven't seen that. We've seen it get on a bigger stage, but this reminds me of I'm on the 5 moves to do, and how that used to be heavily criticized. And like, how come
what did he add to his bag
for that? Power style, yes. Executing what you do good, yes.
The whole my arm is extra big.
I think about making yourself amiable to all styles of wrestling. Can you adapt with all styles? And that's not something
he's wrestled every single style.
I just say it would be a 6 when you talk about specifically in-ring ability.
All
right.
There's no way Moxley is higher than a 6. If that's the case,
gotta wait.
Gotta watch.
This man is in barbed wire matches and stuff like that. So that's in-ring ability for him to be stupid enough to run into a barbed wire.
I can let you know this now, sir. No one voted him from a 6 or below.
Moxley. Bulls, yeah. Whatever that is.
All right. You gave him an 8 for in-ring ability. All right.
I did, and I gave my reasoning, so I hope that helps.
Yes. Input in this. So, Professor, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate Roman's in-ring ability?
I'm going with a 7. And I'm going with a 7 on this because, again, much to Ced's point, you've got your basic moves that he's doing. There's not a lot of innovation that we've seen from Roman Reigns over the years. We'll get to some of the others in a little bit, but Roman Reigns, he's still doing the spear. That's what he did when he was in the Shield. He's still doing it now. He's still doing the Superman punch. There has not been much in the evolution of his in-ring ability. He has used more psychology over time during the pandemic era. But in terms of in-ring, yeah, I'd have to give him a 7.
All right. And for myself as well, I'm going to give a 7 for that. I think his psychology is definitely good. I think he's done better at telling a story inside of the ring. But as we said, we haven't seen
who's had the best story for the last 4 years
in his move set. Just like a few things have changed and everything. But yeah, I'd have to give him a 7 as far as his in-ring ability. I mean, but it's true though, Dion. Like, all he added was the guillotine.
And well, in-ring ability. what do we want? What do we want from Roman, man? We want Roman doing moonsault.
Okay.
What gets him? From a question. What would make him an 8 or a 9 for you?
Say that again.
What would make for Will? What would make him an 8 or a 9 for you?
If I saw other styles that he used, he's well at adapting to other styles of wrestling, but I would like to have seen more versatility in it. And I don't even mean by a lot. Like, honestly, if you'd have gave me like 2 more moves, like no bullshit, if you'd have gave me 2 more moves I haven't seen you do, he'd have got 8.
At least one more move. At least for me personally, one more move. Like something like, you remember the test driver? Test pile driver, some kind of crazy power bomb pile driver or F5 looking thing. Like, I feel like that was maybe something that he could have capitalized on using, because he was able to do it. Like you said, Dion, he was fighting heavyweights before he became a heavyweight, technically, if you really think about it.
And he don't even do the drive-by no more.
Oh wow, he does not do drive-by.
Does not.
I wonder if
he don't do drive-by no more.
I wonder if that's anything to do with his like back or anything.
Well, no, it's because the tribal chief wouldn't do that. That's why he don't do it.
That's true.
Yeah, he traded the drive-by for the guillotine. That's why I was just like, if you gave me 2 more, even if you brought that one back, then I would say it's an 8. That's why I say it's not by a lot. That's why I couldn't agree with a 6, but I can't give it an 8, because then it's like, okay, compared to like who else is in the 8, 9s, and 10s? Like Brett is up in in-ring ability. And you can't tell me Roman is Brett from like in-ring physical. The psychology of it, yes.
The psychology has been a masterclass in wrestling for Roman.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna show his last 4 years in wrestling classes. I think, I don't know. I get everybody's point, but
it's just the move set for me. That's it. Everything else,
move set, really? Okay.
I just need 2 more moves, man. 2 more.
But the emotion that's invoked in that ring through his in-ring ability isn't enough.
It's enough on that side, yeah. But we talk about overall in-ring ability. Like, it can't just be psychology. You can't just be like, so you know what it is? Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green has great psychology in the ring. But you've even seen, if the move set ain't there, it starts to get boring. I was like, honey, you know you've seen me puffing on here.
I was gonna say.
I was like, I'm doing it. That's
puffing on WWT Live.
Yeah, I just feel like he's been.
It's the weekend. She said she don't mind on the weekends or at night.
Oh, Mama said that. Okay.
Yeah, that's why she was talking about bringing back WWT Dark.
I just didn't want to be rude or disrespectful to the.
Okay, I don't want to hold us up too long.
Remember, PlayStation Pup.
PlayStation Pup. Off camera.
Can't see it. Big hands.
With the hands that don't move.
Yeah, the hands that don't move.
Fingers, but not big hands. So it's like. I can't.
Man, they gave him a what again? A 7, right?
No, Sid gave him a 6.
6, right? Yeah, Professor gave him a 7.
Professor gave him a 7. I as well gave him a 7. You're giving him an 8 for in-ring ability.
I did. Yeah, I had to bring myself down a bit, but yeah, I did.
All right, and now we're gonna stick with the tribal chief. We're now moving on to mic skills and charisma.
Now, come on.
So I'm gonna ask you first, Dion. Let's do that. Let's do it like this. We are giving.
Let me find my notes.
What would you rate his mic skills and charisma?
All right, man. Probably people are gonna be mad at me for saying it.
Overall.
Wait, this is whole career, right?
Yes.
Whole career.
He just picked up 4 years ago, man. So I gave it another 8 for Roman on mic skills. Will you like to know my reasoning?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So I went through like promo delivery along with like crowd engagement and character work with it too. So obviously it's a big 180 from his big dog phase. He's more calm. He has more measured promos. That's the tribal chief. and he projects that dominance without like shouting into anything or doing your usual wrestling sort of promos like somebody on this list does a lot, and who better not have higher than an 8. But his conversations with Jay, with Sammy, you broke my family, acknowledge me, like all that stuff has been great from a promo delivery standpoint. Crowd engagement. Say what?
Cancer announcement, or the leukemia announcement that he like, even though that wasn't a promo, like that was real life, life.
I mean, and even if he went through that hated point, him just coming down and say, "This is my yard now." He was supposed to be a babyface, but that got him so much heat from that. Crowd engagement. I mean, come on, man. Whether you're booing him or cheering him, he's gonna get some reaction from his big dog being booed to his tribal chief. Everybody putting up the warrants now, and his character work has been the best in wrestling for the last 4 years. There's no one better. His storylines have blended like personal drama, some manipulation. He was a douchebag at the beginning of this Bloodlines storyline. He was a dick, excuse my language, to Jay. But the power plays and then creating a layered character. He's not a one-dimensional character anymore. Those are my bullet points on the list for Roman Reigns getting an 8.
All right. Let's see your reaction to our scores. Mic skills and charisma. And Mayor, I'm gonna start with you first. On a scale of 1 to 10, in Roman Reigns' entire career, where would you rate his mic skills and charisma on the scale of 1 to 10?
Whew, that's tough. The key word to hang out in there is entire career, because it used to be real bad. You can make a case that it was like a 5, but these past,
I think what they were giving him
years,
too. Sorry,
this is the place he's grown the most. So for that alone, I'll give him an 8. Not exactly Dwayne Johnson, not exactly Chris Jericho.
Good score, Sid.
Growing enough in that.
Common sense is coming back into play.
With whatever you say, and we hang on to every word.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
I
said it in there. Common sense ain't so common around here.
Yes, bro. That was
on the mic being convicted with his words. So,
I could have waited for Dion to see this, yeah.
All right. Courtney, scale of 1 to 10. Roman Reigns' mic skills and charisma.
I'm actually going to give him a 7.5 with Roman, because going back to Mayor's point, I remember when he first came on, especially as a face, it was not that great. The mic skills weren't there, the charisma wasn't there. But ever since with Paul Heyman,
look at her face.
And for some odd reason, you saw the whole shift with his mic skills.
I wasn't playing. I wasn't selling,
everything
man.
felt organically.
It
didn't feel like it was forced as before he joined with Paul Heyman. So he really has shown improvement in ability when it comes to mic, charisma, and just feeling more comfortable on the mic. So I give him a 7.5 out of 10.
All right.
And that's where it begins.
Your rate 1 to 10 mic skills and charisma.
So before I give this number, I just want to remind people that if I'm going to make a measurement of anyone based on how they started, no one would ever be a 10. The Rock, go back to Rocky Maivia and his promos. There's a reason they were chanting "Die Rocky, die." Okay, very few people come out the gate swinging, and I'll go so far as to say this: it's not always about how you start; it's about how you finish. And there's no question, ever since we entered this new decade, Roman Reigns has completely changed the game in terms of mic skill and charisma. I mean, what he did during the pandemic, 15 seconds, Gerard, what he's done during the pandemic and how he has evolved from there in terms of his mic skills.
It's so good.
It's just like a little, 15 seconds.
It kept happening, and Professor be so on point. It's not even funny, man.
Yo, it's
good at what he does.
I
can't get old the whole time.
Like he was on it. He was on it.
He's so good at what he does, man. Like
that should be a T-shirt. I think everybody, all of us, and everybody in the chat should advocate 15 seconds, Gerard.
15 seconds, Gerard.
Along with NXT Modified and all the others he's got on Pro Wrestling Tees. So,
man,
that ought to go on there.
He's a 10.
Perfect. 10.
All right.
Because I even feel like I'm low now.
Honey, the tribal advocate. Scale of 1 to 10. Your tribal chief's mic skill / charisma.
I would have to agree with Professor that it is a 10, and I would give him a 10 fully because I would say he's the most improved in the mic skills, being that, it, like he said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. The reason, if it wasn't for such a bad start, he would never be as good as he is now.
Hold on. I'm so sorry because I just thought about this, honey.
Oh, God.
Yo, I forgot all about New Japan and Courtney. I forgot all about that.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Wait till we get to it. I just thought about it when she was talking. I'm like, I forgot that happened on this episode.
How many times did they? That was like,
yo. Look, just wait.
And if it wasn't for, the trials and tribulations of all the years that he had put in, being a workhorse himself as well, most improved on the mic for sure. It was something we looked forward to pretty much every Friday when he was champion, when he would show up and completely brag about his title reign and everything like that. And of course, when he was involved with Paul Heyman, it just got better from there.
15 seconds.
So Roman Reigns, my tribal chief, 10.
I like that girl.
Yeah, I'm going with 10, and I'm going to use my time to show this as well.
Can't no man knock me out.
See, now I want mine to be higher, man. I thought I was being modest.
People think they got it.
Oh no, why would you be modest?
Because I didn't think I would have to like stack the deck so much with said doing a 6. Like that's the
Nah. This is your ratings. This is what you giving them. It's just you just got to speak your truth. That's why I was like, 8.
Yeah,
I was like, sir,
I thought I was being modest. Can I tell you? I wish I could just.
You could change it to say blind 5. You could change it.
Okay, so I actually did give him a 10 because Seth Rollins is a little lower than that, but not by much.
When you speak in your mind, that is something that can be changed. You can.
Okay, I just wanted to be modest, man, because I thought like we were gonna go down this list.
Be thoroughly honest. Be thoroughly honest, because bro,
okay,
when he was a heel, he was a heel, and we would still acknowledge it.
Okay,
like look, he beat the shit out of Jay, and we was like, dang, that's fucked up.
All of us going like this, and all of us going like this.
Yeah,
you're gonna be okay, Jay. While my finger is still up.
All right. So it's a 10 for me too, because it reflects my Seth Rollins pick.
We love you, Jay. But I still
Jimmy, like everything.
Yes, bro. That man.
If you are being biased, you're still speaking your mind, and it's your opinion.
Yeah, that's why I was saying there's no cheat to this. Like, you
okay, perfect. Let's do it.
This is my show. This is my camera. I run it.
Oh.
God, I get goosebumps still.
I've never heard Seth or Dean.
Like even with that one, even when he was in the ring with Rock, like
the
cameraman, that's my cameraman.
So that's tell you.
One little side note I will add. I'm not even trying to extend my time or anything, but to be able to finally go toe to toe with Cena and kill it when he was tribal chief,
that first time was
perfect, because that succotash, we know it wasn't it.
And he didn't, and he was giving these lines too. Like this wasn't him. You knew it wasn't him.
Yo, so you know what's funny about it? And that's what's the crazy thing about it is Cena gets comedians to write for him. That's why he be killing it all the time. And I didn't know that till like I got a little older and got into like moved to LA, and they were telling me that they was like I know a few people that have like written stuff for John Cena segments, and I'm like,
Cena just playing the dozens, man. Like,
yeah, that's it. And then when you think about it, it's like, yo, that make perfect sense. It's just, and I was like, yo, and then you just hear Romans, and it was like,
it sounded bad.
First of all, whoever wrote this. I don't want to say they didn't know you as a person in your culture, but obviously whoever wrote this typically says the line, I have black friends. That's that person.
Like, I feel like you like even in that moment when that promo, and I don't want to go too off the rails, but I even in that moment, I knew he didn't want to say that shit. Like you knew he wanted to say, "You are straight up full of shit, son." Like,
yeah,
but he just came out and said that, and
you could tell Joe wanted to come out. Like,
Joe, He was in there. He was
But you have to commend him for still sticking to the script.
Still going through it and still
like he
fighting.
still was like, this is my job. I'm going to do it.
Still being the first guy to arrive, the last guy to leave, like the locker room leader, like level guy, like just a good dude in the locker room and was ready to work. Just came to work, ready. Yeah. Even if he was getting dog shit and a whole bunch of vomit and tobacco thrown on him.
That too.
While he's handcuffed to a railing. Everybody forgot what Roman was a gift that kept on giving, and y'all didn't want it at the time.
I don't know this. I don't know this weed. I stuck with the big dog. There were some things I didn't like about him. I was like, hey, can you take these gray contacts out, please?
My arm. Why did they do
that? But that's probably just
said Mayor. We're doing a watch.
Look who it is.
We're doing a watch.
Oh.
First off, congratulations to your Washington Commanders.
Yes,
the man gave Roman Reigns a stick for in-ring work. This is the guy.
Hey, we're doing a watch along of the Shield debate. If you'd like to pop in, man.
Yeah, we gotta catch Dion up
Sunday. Well, yeah, we catching Dion up, and he's also giving us his score for the Shield members as well. But yes, man, Roman was definitely the gift that kept on giving. I don't care what nobody say.
No.
His match with the Undertaker.
Y'all screamed F you to this man. Y'all didn't give a damn about this man.
The only part I didn't like, because I knew all of that was coming, was when he won the Royal Rumble because of The Rock's help. That's when I knew. I was like, fuck, this is not going to go the way y'all think it's going to go.
Nope.
No.
And it did not.
It did not. Like, y'all had to bring in this man's leukemia.
Listen, I felt that in 2017 at that Royal Rumble was special because he came out at number 30.
Yeah.
In San Antonio. When I was there, when I tell you, I got up and I have a Royal Rumble chair. I stood up on that shit. Everyone around was booing the shit out of Roman at 30 because everybody was expecting like somebody else. I forgot who at the time. I keep forgetting who. But they booed the shit out of this man. And I got up on my Royal Rumble seat and spun around, flipping the bird. I was like, nope. I said, one day y'all are gonna love this man and y'all are gonna learn to like it.
You're like, oh, y'all can get this. This is
y'all
for you.
Kiss it.
I was always cheering for him, man. Every time I was like, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but I'm like, all right, bro. I like, because if we like Cena, how we don't like Roman?
Well, people give the thing that he was driven down our throats.
Thank you, Patrick, Daniel Bryan. It was Daniel Bryan that they wanted.
Was that year?
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't there a year that it was supposed to be Daniel Bryan and Rey Mysterio came out?
There was another one that happened.
That was another one.
Yeah. They did that to Ray
did Ray out.
So dirty. Give 30 to a heel who could get booed. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
don't
like when 30 was
Mysterio.
Sami Zayn a couple years ago.
Don't give it this, man.
But yeah, Roman was 30 and that place was whoo. I never heard.
Everybody was tight. I was like, why? Why though?
Like y'all are the Lulu.
I was like,
and now look. As soon as that man's music hits.
Because I remember people was dogging me when I was like, yo, I don't think this is not a bad way for the Undertaker to go going against Roman. I'm like,
yeah,
they was like, man, fuck no. I was like, oh.
My dad was pissed a little bit, but I was like, Dad, I'm sorry. Like,
but by that time, I don't think we cared. The streak was over.
Yeah, the streak was over.
But it's still Undertaker's retirement, though, bro. The hat and the jacket was left.
Yeah,
it was.
Man.
Yo, I have something about this, and I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but Arizona Royal Rumble and Arizona's WrestleMania was ass.
Ooh.
Which one was Mania? Which one
was next debate? What was the greatest WrestleMania?
What was the worst WrestleMania? So we can have all them categories. Worst WrestleMania, best WrestleMania, most overrated WrestleMania, most underrated WrestleMania.
Who? Oh, the worst. WrestleMania 2000 wasn't great either. What was the WrestleMania? What was the WrestleMania when Hogan came back and beat Yoko?
Oh Lord!
When Brett was in the match with us, it was in Vegas, wasn't it?
Was that?
Was that
Yeah. No.
10, 11?
Oh yeah, no, because they were outside. They were outside the arena.
It was definitely not 10 because I know what.
Oh, it wasn't 10. They were outside in the arena though, and it looked like Rome. It was Rome. It was like very Roman.
Yeah, so 11, 12, somewhere around there.
I think it might have been 11.
That may have been the worst one.
Yeah. That's when that's because that's the same one where they had what are their names? Oh my god, why am I drawing a blank? The animals.
It was like Caesar Palace or something like that, wasn't it?
What's their name? Why am I like not remembering their name?
Animals? You mean
the tag team with the spikes and
the Doom, Hulk and Animal. You had Hulk
and Animal. Yeah.
Animals.
I was like, why can I not remember their names? I just kept thinking Raiders. But that was that same one where they came out in Animals.
Are you naming best WrestleManias or worst ones? Because
this seems because the best, I'm still saying 17. 17 is still I can watch that from start to finish again.
That's a little
Road Warriors. Thank you. Road Warriors.
War Warriors and Legion of Doom.
Legion of Doom, yeah.
They had both.
Road Warriors.
I remember them.
It's in my head, and it's like it's telling me no, but it's saying there's something around here. Road Warriors. Okay.
Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
God bless his heart. All right. The next one for Roman Reigns is championships and achievements. And we already know.
Should I give mine?
Yes, that's why we paused it.
Championships and achievements. Oh my God! Wait, you got to rewind it just a little bit so we can start it over. When we started over, because
I got you.
Wait, was there something I missed?
You'll see it. Go first. Championships and achievements for Roman Reigns. Right after we say bless his heart. Yeah, good.
I've never heard Seth or Dean Ambrose or John Moxley do that.
Nope.
And we don't use none of their clips. So that's tell you.
One little side note I will add. I'm not even trying to extend my time or anything, but to be able to finally go toe to toe with Cena and kill it when he was tribal chief, perfect. Because that suffering sucker Tash, we know it wasn't it. That's still cringy.
Okay.
But bless his heart. Bless his heart.
God bless his heart. All right. The next one for Roman Reigns is championships and achievements. And we already know longest reigning universal champion of the modern era, multi-time champion, Grand Slam champion. But that and with those achievements, where do you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? All right, Dion, where do you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? Championships and achievements.
I mean, this goes without saying. Look at his title reign, his most recent title reign. I mean, multiple time WWE champion, Universal champion, over 1,000 days as champion. I mean, he was this last 4-year run has been great. But you look at his main events at WrestleMania, unheard of. Like that's unheard, especially in this era. Super unheard of. We just talked a little bit about the Royal Rumble. His entries into that, he entered as champion once. I mean, come on, like he's been a mainstay to the point now that all of his achievements, if you beat Roman Reigns now, it's a big deal. I was trying to find like what I actually wrote out. Here we go. Obviously WrestleMania matches with Brock Lesnar, Grand Slam champion. He has pretty much every WWE accolade that there is to have in WWE. Record-breaking streaks, monumental matches, obviously finishing the story with Cody Rhodes. Like, his achievements are second to none at this point. If we're talking about these three guys, I don't think anybody at the moment comes close to Roman Reigns when it comes to wrestling achievements. Granted, he did it all in WWE. I get it. But WWE has always been the show. He's done all that on the main stage where everyone looks at.
So what do you rank it?
Oh, 10 out of 10.
Okay. All right.
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
That's my guy.
Shield members. Professor, let's start with you.
So certain things seem obvious. 1,316 days, the fourth longest reign as WWE champion in history. Man, that goes a long, long way. Certainly the longest reign we've seen in the modern era. The problem with that is that there aren't a lot of other championship reigns to talk about. I mean, yes, he's held the WWE championship before, but nothing really significant to talk about. Yes, he's held the tag team title before, he's held the Intercontinental Championship before. My concern when it comes to this championship situation is we don't know what he does outside of WWE in terms of winning champion. Sorry, I'm down to 10 seconds. So I'll simply say this. I cannot negate what he has done, so I'm going to give him a 9.
All right. Courtney, scale of 1 to 10, championships and achievements. Where do you scale this on a 1 to 10?
I kind of have to go back to Professor's point. I am going to give a 9 only because you can't discredit his championship reign in the modern era. You could sugarcoat it, but you can't discredit that. And that's a huge achievement to have. But of course, he was also a tag team champion, Intercontinental champion, United States champion within the WWE umbrella. And this is the only promotion that he had. So with that being said,
it's the promotion though. It's the promotion.
Right. That part.
He could be doing it down here in Georgia right now,
Mayor,
at like Georgia Championship Wrestling,
championships and achievement,
and no one it wouldn't come. Come on.
Here in the past to Professor and Courtney, it's kind of, you really can't negate the 16 days and the length of the title reigns, but I do agree that when you look at the landscape of everything else, just based on where he's been positioned leading out of the Shield, there's not much. I don't want to say not much depth with the rest of the title reigns, like boosting other divisions and things like that. He's really been positioned at the top of the card. Majority of the time he's been on main roster. So for that, see, it's more so the length than how many as well, which you have to really take into consideration. So like, I'm gonna go a step lower. I'm gonna go 8, just because it's all within one umbrella, but also it's more so like, hey, what
I'm gonna Zach more
lately?
Zach,
more so
time out. So
yes.
just because he hasn't gone to Japan, Mexico, wherever else, we knock him for that?
Apparently they did.
Because the whole thing has always been, we don't care what you've done elsewhere. Until you do something here, then it matters. I'm sure a large percentage of the world, even if he hasn't gone there, knows who Roman Reigns is. And knows that he knows his run, knows his accolades. He hasn't had to wrestle in Japan. Japan comes to him. Like, he doesn't have to wrestle in Mexico.
Ooh,
Mexico comes to him.
Back, please.
Whew.
I felt that statement.
Ooh.
Go to Japan. Japan comes to him.
Japan and Mexico come to him.
Okay. And there's no lie in that. There's no lie in that. WWE's always been on a global, grander scale. And I feel you on that. And that's what I was trying to tell them too. I'm like, just because he didn't go everywhere else, he stood in the same company. He's carried it and had all these accolades all at the same time while doing it. Not everybody could say they've done that.
Which is also why I say Roxanne Perez is the greatest women's wrestler in the world right now. Because Mexico and Japan came to her. You know what I'm saying? Literally. I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't know what PWI needs to be able to acknowledge my client as number one, but for some reason they just be wanting. All right, dog. You know what? I for that. Okay. Tribal advocate, scale of 1 to 10. Roman Reigns.
I was looking to the side the whole time.
World champion, longest reigning champion, Grand Slam champion. The tribal chief has won both WWE championships and the Universal championships 4 and 3 times as of 2025. That is a total of 7. And we also have let me see, he also won a tag team championship as well. Of course, obviously the most obvious, the longest reigning champion with over 1,200 days, completely breaking barriers and making history with that title run and doing it all consistently under one promotion. 10.
Okay. I feel like that was some changes slightly, but okay, we go right 10. I also am going to give the tribal chief a 10 out of 10 because I know we all focused on championships, but I am more focused on achievements. Royal Rumble winner. I think he's one of the only people, and again, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the only people that actually defended his title in a Royal Rumble.
Oh, and I did my research. I was correct. He is the only one to do that. Other time it was
win it.
The world. No, he did not win.
No, he did not.
Hey, you stay it on here too. You about to say the same. Yeah. She completely changed that timeline, and he won. No, he didn't win. Triple H won, then he won it back at that WrestleMania in Dallas.
I hated that he did that, man. I wish they didn't do that.
It just went for the story. It made
Triple H look good in that belt, though, man. Triple H wore that belt like a champ.
He looked great, dude. He looked great too. Man.
He needed to have one more run. He was like, man, just let me get 14.
Man,
I ain't trying to beat Flair, but man, let me at least be there.
Just a little bit, 2 months, man. That's all I needed for.
Just 2 more. That's it. I don't even need a long run. I need to be wearing the belt. Corporate champ. You know what I'm saying? Happy Sunday to everybody as well. But yeah, man. He was the only one to ever do that. The only other time it was when the title was on the line because it was vacated. So whoever won the Royal Rumble would become champion. I think Flair won that Royal Rumble
with a tear in his eye.
Yep.
Which was today in 92. I believe I saw that online today.
Oh, today's the anniversary?
I think so. Let me wait. Hold on.
Oh, wow.
Hold on.
Wow.
Wait, hold for confirmation.
Woo.
Let's see.
That'd be like, this is how you know this was supposed to happen.
That's crazy too. I'm a bug out if it's hold on, because I know I saw it. I saw it this morning.
Even if it was yesterday, the fact we talking about it.
I know, right?
It was posted 12 hours ago. So yes, 33 years ago today.
Damn.
There we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
I was 2 when that shit happened.
What year was that?
92. No, 3.
What was that? 4 or 5?
3, 4.
I think I was 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, I was 4. But yeah, that's so crazy. With a tear in his eye, it comes up, and it was the anniversary. That's awesome. I love that. Love the universe.
You're right. It's man, yeah. Title was
we're meant to do this shit, y'all.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what it means.
And
no, he did not.
He did not.
Triple H got it.
Corrected. No, he didn't.
Triple H got it. But also too, all of the WrestleManias that he's headlined, being in that upper echelon of beating the Undertaker at WrestleMania. So many ticket gates that he's broken, carrying the pandemic.
Where did this fall apart?
Well.
Like I'm just,
like you said, from a championship
ranking fall
You'll
apart.
find out in the end exactly how it fell apart. Because I call it out.
In WWE. So I give him a 10 out of 10 as far as championships and achievements.
Time.
I gave it a 10.
With that, though, we are also going to go into.
I still gave it a 10, Dion.
Character evolution from. I'm gonna say the big dog because I don't know what they called him before he became the big dog.
The powerhouse.
The powerhouse. Thank you. From the powerhouse to the tribal
Day 1.
Rate this character evolution, honey. We gonna start with you. Rate on.
All right, Dion. What do you rate Roman Reigns' character evolution?
From the guy I see on the left to the guy I see on the right, that's a complete 180 of a character. I don't know how much you can evolve from that. A 10. Because his transformation from he's pretty much like the silent member of the Shield, the powerhouse, like Honey said. Then he rolled himself into being the big dog, and then the now iconic tribal chief, right? One of the greatest character evolutions in history. It's up there. We just talked about how he went from saying suffering succotash to now saying acknowledge me. That's a complete 180. That's Rock Boots, Rocky Maivia to People's Champion in my book. His heel turn in 2020 marked that career defining moment. I mean, come on. The head of the table persona is one of the best. Come on, merch. His story has excelled for like 5 years now, 4 or 5 years. But we'll admit that first it was Rocky starting off, but who isn't it Rocky for when it starts off like that? But he was able to sustain it, then take a break, come back, and evolve that character even more. The work he's done as this character, as the tribal chief, has been iconic. Even look at the work that he did as the big dog. Like even Honey just said, she stood on a chair and flipped everybody off for booing him. You go from booing him as a babyface to becoming a heel, and they eventually start cheering for him. And now he's somewhere in between with that character evolving once more. 10 out of 10 for me.
Same shit's gonna happen with Dom too. Same thing's gonna happen with Dom too.
I think we just love booing Dom though. It comes from a place of love. I feel like.
I know that. Yeah, it definitely does. But I already know that boy is destined for a good babyface run after all this heat. He's gonna be so amazing.
Oh yeah. But he can keep this stretching for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Dom can sit in this and could roll out as one of the greatest heels of all time.
I mean, all you gotta do is beat up your daddy, apparently, or your deadbeat dad.
Roman's character evolution, and stay in the dairy, y'all, and just keep changing milk.
I believe it's got to be a 10. I would have to say it's a 10.
Latching on the
one of the
belts.
most improved character evolutions throughout time in WWE's history, especially going from Chance with the FU Roman, not letting him speak. It was basically the Dom Mysterio.
It looked like two different people, man.
10.
Yeah.
Also won the hearts of many when he decided to be vulnerable and show us his side as Joe. You know, we didn't get just tribal chief, we didn't get just big dog, we didn't get just Shield Roman Reigns. We also got a bit of Joe when he also revealed that he was battling leukemia, and he's been battling for 11 years and carried the pandemic era in a time where everything was unsure, and then also transforming into what you see here on the right as the tribal chief, aligning himself with the likes of Paul Heyman, building his bloodline with his family, and look at where it is now. It's a 10.
He's the constant. He's the constant of WWE.
Mayor, scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, I knew Dion, man. I know I needed Dion with me today, man.
This is tough. I
Do
want
it,
to
yo.
go 10, but I want to like qualify.
Oh,
why
Lord.
I'm going to say what I want to say.
Yeah, this.
He was the golden guy
This
out of the
shit.
show. He's the one that was always ordained to be the next up, and it took him going away and
Here it
going
comes.
through the pandemic and things like that to come back. And I also note that my client Mercedes Moné and the fourth best horsewoman Bailey carried the pandemic, not Roman Reigns, but that's neither here or there. But I'm going to give this a 9 because it's not lost on me that this transformation was a desperation attempt. This transformation also needed.
Wait, was a what attempt?
It needed to happen.
A desperation attempt.
Oh, come on, man.
But it's also not
a desperation attempt.
It's not lost on me that
15
he
seconds.
needed his entire family to complete this transformation for it to get
Oh
over.
my God.
He needed his entire family for us to have a credible storyline under his banner.
5 seconds.
So that's all I'll say. I'll say 9.
Yo.
Go off.
He shaded him that way, but he still gave him a 9 too.
By what? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't believe that. He didn't believe that line.
Why didn't he just say 10?
That was his qualifier. Come on, man.
The genuine laugh.
Desperation attempt was wild.
Oh my God.
Wild.
Please, I hope you clip that, Dylan. Oh my God. The way she felt back and everything. Courtney, scale of 1 to 10. Roman Reigns character evolution.
Oh my God, bro! Because that was pure laughter that came out.
Being at SummerSlam when he faced off against Brock Lesnar, they were booing him out the building. And I kid you not, it was legit. And seeing him come from here to tribal chief, it is very incredible to see that development. And as I mentioned, Paul Heyman took him under his wing, helped him really get comfortable with his charisma, being on the mic, and just really owning the tribal chief. And I'm going to give him a 10 out of 10.
Way to go, Courtney. Way to go.
All right. Professor, on a scale of 1 to 10, the tribal chief's character evolution.
Character evolution, the whole idea of evolution is literally going from one place to another and becoming unrecognizable. It's what the caterpillar does when it becomes the butterfly. You don't even remember that it was a caterpillar. And I think it's important that when we talk about Roman Reigns, while he might have been anointed to be the guy, he wasn't the guy. And he did not become the guy with the assistance of The Rock. He didn't become the guy because he won a Royal Rumble. He became the guy when he went away during the pandemic and came back and decided to be who he was. The overarching evolution of that is something that is simply undeniable. 15 seconds, Gerard. So, because of that, and because he went from being the guy we wanted to boo to being the guy we couldn't live without, it's the perfect evolution. That's why the tribal chief gets a 10.
Period.
All right.
Eloquently said too with the caterpillar.
I gotta go 10 as
butterfly.
well. Just for the simple fact of, like you said, to Bonner's point, he went from and taken away from the guy who had to finish his story with Roman. He went from undesirable to undeniable.
Okay.
And
yeah,
that's what it is. Polarizing figure, icon, whatever it is. All the things we've given the rest of these people that we continue to talk about all the time, like a John Cena, like a Shawn Michaels, Roman Reigns has etched himself in there based off of this character evolution that he's done. And it is an epic story. If you broke this into seasons 1 to now, it's something I'd have told you. I'd have watched all these seasons. We got a pretty good run with him. So I have to give him a 10 out of 10 with that.
Perfect.
For the tribal chief. And our last one is legacy and impact.
Oh, please.
Rate his legacy and impact.
Please.
On a scale of what the...
Why is this been a debate?
Well, I'm going to start with Mayor first. Yo, I'm not going to lie. When she did that, the only thing, because of WWT, I'm going to censor it. But the N-word could have definitely slipped.
Man, there's a couple of times where I was like,
because you can tell it kind of felt like a pause and then please. I was like, that's only missing this part. But Dia, I want yes. No, I think we need to make that happen. Dion.
Come on, man. None of that around here.
Hey, man, hey, listen, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, okay? I get on here at 10 a.m. All right. I've been up since 4.
Oh man.
I went to bed
doing things.
Well, for legacy and impact, I gave Roman Reigns a 10. Roman's run as a face of the WWE has sort of defined this sort of modern era. His dominance as tribal chief is comparable to like our Mount Rushmore of WWEF superstars, right? Hogan, Rock, like all their names, he's etched up there too. His influence, come on, man. He elevated the Usos. He elevated Solo. He elevated Sammy. Everybody who's pretty and just Samoan heritage, whatever. Samoan wrestling dynasty and all that. But everybody he's been in the ring with, he's made better these last 4 years too. They've gotten a good rub off of Roman Reigns, Logan Paul in there, Cody, for goodness sake. That was the monster the boss at the top of the mountain, right? Mm-hmm. Global reach. I mean, come on, man. He's an ultimate crossover star. He's been in movies. You can put him on the Tonight Show. People know him. He's been in films, interviews, public campaigns, things of that nature. I had one more line here at the bottom, and I wanted to get to it before I wrote way too much, honestly. But no, so yeah, just beyond the ring, his cultural icon representing WWE in mainstream media, like I said earlier, ESPN, Good Morning America. Like Roman Reigns, you won't be able to tell the story of wrestling without Roman Reigns having a chapter.
You heard that, Seth?
An extended chapter. Like, come on, man. He helped his our entire family. I'm done. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
15 seconds, Dion.
And on cue.
What as you said, 15 seconds. On this one, legacy and impact. What do you rate on a scale of 1 to 10 is legacy and impact?
I need a qualifier. So are we saying that we can't tell the story of pro wrestling without Roman Reigns?
And what did you just say, Dion?
What did I just say?
I think it's your call to determine what that looks like.
Okay, so if we're going from that standpoint, like we can't tell the story without the Roman Reigns era. Listen, the show continued when Roman Reigns was gone. That's because of the machine that's the WWE. So I'm not going to go that far, but I will say
with Austin, it did with Brock, it did with Hogan.
That he needed the rest
I
of
don't
his
get
family
it
for this to be credible.
There's
It
no
wasn't
talk
just
about
him; it was a collective. So I'm not going to go 10 for that reason, but for the title reigns, becoming the longest reigning champion in the modern era, and I think they really wanted him to pass Hogan. Nobody's going to pass San Martino because it's just not realistic in today's era of wrestling.
15 seconds.
I will go 9 because just that alone, when I look at the money and all the gates that he's had, all the WrestleMania main events that he's had, how much money the WWE is pulling in, you have to tell that story with Roman.
That's just not it. I mean,
all right. Courtney,
granted, he's that needle mover, right? But that needle moves because of him. Like not many wrestlers can say that they were the catalyst for a movement. Austin, Rock, Hogan can say that.
Just wait.
He can say that.
Just wait till they get to me, man. Just wait, Dion.
Go ahead. The Tribal Chiefs legacy and impact.
If we take a look back on his legacy and everything he's done from his debut up until now, and also it's very crucial because during that 2020 pandemic, and yes, he stepped away for a bit, but when he came back and was champion and also taking it to the next level when everything was normal, and also with the fact he was on ESPN and breaking into mainstream media,
Courtney.
that is also a big win as well. So that's something that you can't consider some of the appearances like on ESPN and other related national media. So for me, I'm actually going to give him a 9.5 when it comes to legacy and impact.
Wait, can we pause it and read the last?
The whole time react to her. Oh my God.
The comment at the end. Please put that one up. That's the funniest one. Said it's the 5th dentist.
It wasn't just him
in every toothpaste survey.
Collective.
Oh.
So 4 out of 5 dentists is approved.
That was a very intelligent comment, sir. Thank you for that.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
WWE.
Oh
they brought their baseball team that wins the World Series.
So that's something that you can't
It's a 9.5
some of the
Dion.
appearances like on ESPN and other related national media. So
Yeah,
for
these
me,
point
I'm
fives
actually gonna give him
was
a
hurting
9.5
y'all.
when it comes to legacy and impact.
But like, if you're gonna go 9.5, what?
That's why we did the Tribal Chief first. So
5/10 of a point. That what does that mean?
That's what I was just like, yo. I was like, when it was a 7.5 or something, I was like, oh, okay. I was like, why are we doing that? All right. But then it's like 9.5. It's like, you that teacher that used to do that shit. You know what it's like? You got a 99.5. It's like, yo, what? It's just we can't give you 100 because of the other.
Yeah, that's all it is. Like, I just can't give you 10. I just can't.
It's like, man, fuck them kids, man. Give me my 100 points. The fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
that little tenth of a point. Like that's
it was so good though. Look at how it's frozen. Look at my face. Look at my face.
She was tight. No, she was tight. She was so tight about that because it was like, no, what is with you at these halves? At that point, 9.5. Like now you just fucking with somebody.
Yeah.
Like what? Like tell me what it was about him where the 0.5 just can't go.
I know.
I gotta know. Like what was it that it was just like the 0.5 just can't get put in for me.
But hey, it still counted though, and just wait, Dion. Just wait. Just wait, Dion.
All I know with these scores, if this tracks, we should be going lower.
His legacy and impact on a scale of 1 to 10.
Wait, rewind that. Rewind it. Just
Legacy and impact. So consider
breaking into mainstream media, national media. So for me, I'm actually going to give him a 9.5 when it comes to legacy and impact.
That's why we did the tribal chief first. So because I knew Honey was gonna be like this. This is why I went first with him, so we could get this out. Professor, what did
Everybody
you
saw
his
him.
legacy.
Everybody saw him.
I'm like, y'all are
legacy and
bugging.
impact. So consider this: the last 5 years have been some of the most pivotal in the history of WWE. They've brought their largest gate.
Rose
They've
out
had
of
record
concrete, bro.
attendance, record merch, record numbers. They sold the company, and they're a $1 billion company. And with all of that, let me just ask you this: if you had a football team that went to
I
the Super
really
Bowl
did
9 times,
did.
you probably call them the greatest of all time. If you had a basketball team who went to the championships 9 times, you have a Super Bowl, a baseball team that wins the World Series 9 times, you're going to call them the greatest. 15 seconds, Gerard. So with that said, Roman Reigns, 9 WrestleManias, all of these titles. And in terms of the family, gave us the greatest storyline and the longest running storyline we've seen in years. He's a 10.
Man.
Go off, Professor.
Jeffrey, you in timeout. You
that comment was funny.
Hey, it changed his whole look too. So it was a good move.
Definitely
It was a good
did. Definitely did.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. For myself, because I'm gonna save Honey for last. This is the last one for Roman Reigns. I'm gonna also give it a 10, just because of the fact for myself, it is all about how you leave something after you came here. And even though he, the record-breaking championship run, I'm more focused on even what Mayor said. Yes, his family had to. He couldn't have done it without his family, but also too, look what he did for his family. Main event Jey Uso is fighting for a world title at Saturday Night Main Event on NBC. If this was 10 years ago, you would have never said that out loud live on television. The only person to ever give Cesaro a championship opportunity after being there for years, reigniting the fire in Kevin Owens. This man has been able to put a lot of folks that would have stuck in the back of catering for a little bit longer. He decided to give them a shot, and now they are our top superstars right now. So
5 seconds.
The legacy has to be a 10 out of 10, and the impact. Now, the tribal advocate. I don't know why you keep looking away.
It's just the point back to the microphone. Just.
I think we all know exactly what I rate this. And this is also, to be fair, Roman Reigns didn't come in counting on his name to make an impact. It took Roman time to grow into who he truly was. And this is what he was meant to be. Greatness, he has said on numerous occasions, he's just a man that's addicted to greatness. And look at the greatness that he has provided us with such great TV, main eventer, reinventing himself, crossover star, cancer survivor, most dominant star in the modern era. Classic matches, classic moments, unforgettable moments. John Cena putting over the likes, building up and putting over the likes of the twins, the Usos, Sami Zayn, building more characters out, and also helping Paul Heyman reinvent his legacy as well. So Roman Reigns has never had to rely on his name.
Time.
He's still the GOAT. 10.
Yeah, that's how I'm fucking
right.
on that one.
I'm going to hold the totals until
she was ready. She was like, no. And another thing.
Y'all ain't gonna sit here and tell me.
And now it is time to move to the next Shield member. He has been known as an architect. He has been known as a messiah. He is known to have been burning it down.
The guy has had many monikers, but we all know him as of currently as Seth freaking Rollins. And now I want to start, of course, back to the top of the category, and I want to go with in-ring ability. And this is going to get very interesting. Courtney, let's start with you. On a scale of 1 to 10, Seth Rollins' in-ring ability. Well, we're going to start with you, Dion. Seth in-ring ability.
Gave Seth a 9. I couldn't go 8. I couldn't go lower because not just because it's Roman, but a 9. Seth can do everything, man. Seth has been able to perform with every single person on that roster. They put the right people with him, like we see in this picture. This was Cody's first match back. He went 3 matches with Cody, lost them all, didn't hurt him whatsoever. But just the rest of his maneuvers, again, if we're talking about wrestling, because usually this gets back and forth, psychology or wrestling, what you want, moves or whatever, he gives you both. So I don't know what else you can ask for from Seth Rollins. I can get into his WrestleMania matches and everything like that, but he's versatile in the ring. Like I said, can go up against anybody on that roster, big, small, whatever. And come on, he's had some thrilling matches throughout his entire career that he's been there. He's wrestled legends. I don't know what else to say. He's the most athletically gifted member of the Shield as well, I feel like. So a 9 for me, Seth Rollins' in-ring ability.
All right.
When we talk about in-ring ability with Seth, he's actually able to develop different styles of wrestling. As with Roman, it's a few things, but with Seth, he's very versatile. He can do submissions, groundwork, a little bit of high flying in between, and really can work with different styles of wrestlers in that caliber. So
This
for
one
me,
wasn't
Seth
too
really
difficult.
has shown and
Yeah.
really could put that ability in. So I'm gonna give him a 9 out of 10.
Thank God this was all
for
timed
in-ring.
better than the first debate.
Yes,
Professor,
yes, I'm glad
on a
this
scale of 1 to
this
10,
one is way
Seth
easier.
Rollins.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that of these 3, Seth Rollins is the workhorse in ring. He is the guy who is going to wow you and dazzle you with he can battle anybody in almost any style. If you want to fly high, he can do that. If you want to do power, he can do that. It's not a surprise that he has his own wrestling school, because if you're going
I
to
want to go
build a
back
pro
and watch some
wrestler,
old Seth
probably
match.
want to build him in ring to be much like Seth freaking Rollins.
At
You
this
put him in
point,
the
does
ring
like Dean
against a
Ambrose
broom,
even
it's gonna
have
be
an
a great
argument?
match. There is
Like,
not a bad match that you can
I
go
mean,
back to.
I'm sure
and
there
see
is.
Seth
You-
Rollins
you'll see.
on the other end. So for that reason, I give him a 10 with 15 seconds remaining.
Right. I'm very quick with mine. 10, just for what y'all said. Overall ring ability, being able to just create moves on the fly, and you know this could also be another debate, but give me a bad Seth Rollins match, and I doubt you can really find one. So I would
Be
definitely
tough.
say
He
10 out
has
of
so
10
many good matches.
for Seth Rollins.
one of my favorites was that what was it?
Scale of
Rumble,
1 to 10, Seth
the
Rollins
triple
in-ring
threat.
ability.
He versus Brock and Cena.
Ooh,
Was
yeah.
that Rumble?
God.
Yeah.
That was a fun
that's
one.
the one where they
That's
put
one that I
Brock in.
would. That's one that I would want to definitely go back and watch. Oof.
Yeah, that was a good one. That's when you figured out, like, oh, Seth's
Seth
the
is
player,
here.
or he's good.
Seth is here to stay.
Yeah. That's what I was like. Okay, now you got it, bro. You got it.
Yeah, was that the White Ranger gear? Was that the one
It might have
where
been.
he was in all white with gold?
I don't know if he was still wearing that one.
Because it was Brock Cena versus it was him. It was a triple threat.
Because remember, he brought that out when he beat Cena for the U.S. title at SummerSlam.
Okay.
The year prior. So I don't know. He may have still been in that attire.
Oh
That's
no,
what
he still had blonde hair, and I think he was like the architect for the working.
He had just gone heel. Yeah.
He was freshly turned from the Shield.
Oh, Seth versus Cena was that was right, Will. Yeah. But that triple threat when they put Brock in with it, that was probably one of my favorite Seth matches.
Such a good match. I gotta watch that back.
I'm not gonna be petty because I was gonna give you a bad Seth Rollins match, but out of the 3 people here, This is the only one
I have
deserving of a 10. It's the only one
There's
deserving of
one
a 10.
though.
It's the only
that
person
maybe
that
one.
has the versatility to work any style. He can work high
One
fly.
with
He
the
can work
Fiend.
lucha. He can work power game. There was once upon a time where I thought Seth was a swagger jacker because I
It
would see him
wasn't
steal
bad.
somebody's
Ending
finisher
was bad.
literally every month.
Whoever wrote
And
it
he would
was
make
it
those
was bad.
moves his own. And it just shows the
They
credibility he
didn't
has
do
to pull
bad.
this stuff out and the work that he puts into the ring. So for simple reasons, he's a 10 as far as in-ring ability goes.
All right. Honey, a scale of 1 to 10, the Architect's in-ring ability.
Let's see. This is Seth
I ain't gonna hold
Rollins.
you.
He
I
wasn't
really
born yesterday.
like this gear
If you remember him
for
as
Seth
Tyler
Rollins
Black
at
from
this Mania.
NXT or in the
This was a
Indies
fun
as
gear.
well.
Oh, he was
So
on.
you know exactly
Man
what
had a
he's
lot
gonna
of
bring
lace.
to the ring.
Yeah.
He's
Some of them
technically
hit, and some of them be
more
like,
agile,
what you doing, Seth? What are we
definitely
doing?
I've loved every
versatile,
single
and
one.
definitely a
I,
moment
I've
maker,
enjoyed it.
game
I
changer when
would
it
wear
comes
every
to
single
putting
one.
on a good story.
We know you would, yes. I'm sure you would wear
And he's
every
always been a
single
great
one.
sell as
That's the
well.
point why I
would
can't agree
definitely
with every
be
single one. It's like, bro,
dumb
stop
to
going in
say
Becky's
anything
closet.
other than 10 for Seth.
There was times where she was even pissed.
Yeah, like
I know, right? Yeah.
Now we are moving on
It
to
was that one at
mic
Mania, that big ass
skills
head one.
and charisma. All right. Dion, on the scale of 1 to 10, mic skills and charisma for Seth frickin' Rollins.
Mike skills, I gave our boy Seth a 9. His promo ability has been pretty much great from the start, from him being the Architect as a heel all the way up until now, where he literally has the crowd in the palm of his hand. Again, took some character work to get there, some things to get there from here on out, but come on, man, he made a seamless transition from, and it was his gimmick essentially, like his performance as a heel. That arrogance came over really well to start off. Then he had a babyface run with it. We talk about all of his crowd engagement. His charisma shines through, like we just talked about, his outfits and his theme music. Man, man, I can say much more about it, but I think everything that he does on the mic from a promo perspective, he sells matches. If he hates you, it really feels like he hates you. Just really good work on the mic. I gave him a 9.
All right.
And it's not like that overly wrestling sort of mic stuff too. Like
It
just
is
yelling
very-
into the mic to yell into the mic.
No, it is very realistic. Yeah, I give you that.
Briefly, maybe when he was the Messiah, but I actually liked it.
I would not mind the Messiah coming back.
I love the Monday Night Messiah.
Well, CM Punk did call him that or say that on Monday night, this last Monday.
I would not mind it coming back. I would not
It'd be
mind.
dope to see it.
With the glove. Oh, all right. Mic skills and charisma. Let's keep it. Seth Rollins. Mayor, let's start with you. On a scale of 1 to 10, Seth Rollins' mic skills and charisma.
That's kind of tough because I feel like in earlier parts of his career, like during the actual Shield, he wasn't much of a talker. I feel like he became more of a talker during his time in the Authority and after that, and then got more comfortable going bar for bar, trading jabs with almost anybody. For that, I'll say 8. I think he's definitely a charismatic superstar. You're seeing that more with this current iteration of him, and he's very good at balancing his act, balancing his gimmick. So I think he can go toe to toe for anybody on the mic, but I'll say 8.
All right, honey. Scale of 1 to 10. Seth Rollins' mic skills and charisma.
I think I might have to agree with Seth. It's probably going to be the only thing we agree on today. 8 for Seth Rollins for sure. I think, especially when he broke out from the pack and betrayed the tribal chief, who wasn't the tribal chief at the time, but he betrayed his band of brothers in the Shields. He definitely, his stock definitely rose as far as what he can do and say on the mic, and his charisma as well. He got very, very comfortable really quickly. And it almost came naturally to him, I think. And I think it was just that he was just waiting to be able to carry that torch, and being under the wing of Triple H and the corporation, the
I want to say it's right.
Oh,
his J&J Security.
it could have been the Corporation 2.0.
Also, even the whole thing with Sting, the return of Sting, and how big that was in that moment. His matches with Finn Balor were amazing, and of course, any match with him and CM Punk or Roman Reigns. I mean, I know there's a lot more names I'm not naming, but Seth Rollins is going to have to get a 8.
All right. Courtney, scale of 1 to 10. Seth Rollins, mic skills.
Seth really has come a long way, because when he first started on the Shield, he didn't talk that much. But seeing him being comfortable with himself, out of his shell, he has really shown a lot of growth. And especially in the pandemic, it has helped him a lot to really cut out with his character. And especially now with him being Seth freaking Rollins, everybody singing his theme song as the
I feel
crowd
like he was
goes,
the only
and
person
just
who took the time to
really
do character
embracing that
development
audience. And
during the
also kind of
pandemic.
putting out some matches
Aside from
had
Roman,
with,
obviously, but
of course, Sting, Finn Balor at SummerSlam. So he has shown really a little bit of growth, and actually excited on moving forward on where he has to go. So I give him an 8.5 out of 10.
You in these halves, Courtney.
I kind of want to take back one, but I don't. I want to be a woman of my word.
Yo, that's on the scale of 1 to 10.
The fucking
Seth
halves.
Rollins, mic skills, and charisma.
You know, the thing about
It's better.
rating these artists, and I like to call them that, is we do have to look at their full development. And I think in this particular space, obviously everybody has room to grow, as we talked about with Roman Reigns last time. But to me, I believe it was John Cena who talked about your best match is your last match. What have you done for me lately? And so when I think about the round of promos we've been seeing with Seth and Drew and Seth and CM Punk, he has really found a way to talk well and connect with the audience. And he's done that whether we liked him or not for years. So for that, I give him a 9.
All right. Myself, there's no way you don't give the Architect a 10. There's no way. Since he joined the Authority, he has always managed to keep all eyes on him. Even when being in the mic, even when talking, charisma is off the chain. It just bleeds into the audience. Even when you loved him, when you hate him, you were in tune. This man did not make you want to defer away from your screens. And even where he is now, even with the song and how he's able to control them with the song, when to sing it, when to stop it, everything. Like, that is a gift not too many people have. And so I have to say, every time he comes out, even with them big ass boots and going into Becky Lynch's closet and wearing whatever she got on, the man's charisma is up here. So I have to give him a 10.
Shout outs to King Troy for the fashion.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
Yo, they really sold Mega Man boots. People was really out here buying Mega Man boots.
yeah. What a time.
And them shoes disappeared. Like no one talks about that shoe no more.
But Seth Rollins did curb somebody in it though too.
Right. But we don't even show that no more. Like, that shit really just came and went. Like, nobody talks about, like, it don't even come up in recaps.
But talk about using that to be relevant in the moment too. Like, Seth Rollins is the only person who could
Catching
pull
on
that
to
off.
the trend setting, or just, catching on with it, like just rolling with what's the wave and everything. Like,
yeah. I know this is me having a high moment, but wouldn't be some trippy shit for someone to have a watch along of this watch along of something.
Oh my God, that's Dr. Strange level of madness, man.
I mean, Dion had her a little bit. Hey man, stop! Don't open that door up. Don't let me visualize that.
Yeah.
Watch us.
Hilarious.
Oh man,
that would be funny.
All right, let's get back in. All right, so our next thing we are going into, and I'm very interested in where y'all rating this: Seth Rollins championships and achievements.
Whew, this one got very interesting.
All right,
well,
I don't even remember what I said. I was just still heated on Roman.
She
could tell.
She really was.
I was just like, Roman's number one. He better be number one. That's in my head.
For this one, so I can make sure to get it in. Multiple title reigns as champion, Universal Champion, was giving a new title to add prestige to that title. Historic moments. I think until the end of time, we'll be hearing the heist of the century. This man had two. You can say he might have peaked early in WrestleMania, but he had two moments in one WrestleMania. He received one of the best RKOs in the business, and then he cashed in the same night. So just from historical moments, that's going to be replayed until the end of time. Obviously, multiple feuds. When he had the Intercontinental Championship, sort of added prestige to that. Every title Seth Rollins has gotten, he's gotten lengthy reigns to add prestige to that title. The title he's wearing in this picture, he had to keep it. Granted, we wanted Shinsuke to win it, but he had to keep it to make that title valid. Now it's over Gunther's shoulder, and it has that sort of, it's early legacy, but he was able to add that prestige to that championship.
Yeah.
Seth Rollins is a mainstay, man. He's going to be in big matches, very similar to Roman. If he's not main eventing WrestleMania, he's either going for a championship title at WrestleMania. So, Seth Rollins, for me, achievements in WWE, a 10.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, then. I'm writing yourself down too, the tally.
Oh, so am I.
So don't cheat though. Don't cheat.
I'm not.
No. Because what you gonna do?
Your tallies. Don't do our tallies.
Because you go look.
You spoil it for yourself.
Be like, okay, now we getting the Moxley. Let me make sure. Well, okay.
No, I know where I've already scored this for Moxley.
Okay.
He lost already.
The list is very long. All right. Double champion, WWE champion, US champion, which he defeated John Cena for.
US title. Forgot about that one.
The greatest heist of all time, cashing in Money in the Bank at WrestleMania against Brock Lesnar, Grand Slam champion, tag team champion. He really did.
Didn't he have
the list goes
Didn't
on.
he have both the US title and the
just to name
championship
at the same time? Yeah. I have to say, I'll start with you, Courtney. On a scale of 1 to 10, Seth Rollins championships and achievements.
You can't deny all the success that Seth has had so far with the Money in the Bank cashing against Brock Lesnar, being able to defeat John Cena. Also, with the situation happening with Roman when he held that reign, he was the workhorse for the World Heavyweight Championship during that time. He helped captivate that title on Raw and face off against Drew, and then now it's being held by Gunther. So he has really created a legacy on that. But for that, I'm going to give him a 10 out of 10.
That little
I don't know where it went off the rails here, man. Like at what
championships and achievements?
It's like in the Ninja Turtles movie. Like at what point did we lose control here?
I'm not going to give this a 10. Not all the way an outright 10. I'm going to have to give this an 8. I feel like there was a lot of moments with Seth. Maybe it was just me personally, but there was just a lot of moments with Seth that were hit and miss. I think he revamped himself, especially when he won this specific world title and renamed himself as the workhorse title. I think he had a lot more to prove, especially because he was the first one to hold that title. It did make a great impact. Of course, the Money in the Bank cash-in is probably one of the greatest things you could remember about Seth for pulling off the heist of the century. He was also a Grand Slam champion, winner of the Royal Rumble, Money in the Bank holder, multiple time WWE Universal champion. 8 for Seth.
So this was what his gear. So this was his gear against Finn Balor when he tore up his shoulder, right?
He's a decorated guy. I'm gonna be simple and say
8
because I have seen him across multiple.
For the Universal title,
holder of this belt.
No, that's not
that champion was a Ring
the
of
top
Honor
is.
Oh, the top is. Yeah, no. The top is. The bottom isn't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, this might be the same Finn Balor match too. Not saying what for the Universal, but when he fought Finn for the title, I think that's why he's winning.
Yeah, that's why he wore. He was trolling for sure.
Oh yeah, he for damn sure was trolling.
That is a great troll though.
He's very decorated when you talk about
really
his
has
accolades and accomplishments. I
some
think
really good troll moments.
What's the drawback from like a 9 or a 10 for me is like the moments that those titles carried in the aftermath. What was the impact of them during the reign, which draws it back a little bit for me. But he's decorated as all hell, and he's a solid hand, which is why he's always at the top of the card.
All right. Professor, your scale 1 to 10, championships and achievement.
I will simply say this. Becoming the first doesn't always make you the best. And I would say Seth Rollins is a better wrestler than he is champion. So for that reason, I give him an 8.
That's valid. That's super valid.
Understandable.
All right. I'm going to give him a 9 because if you're giving the tribal chief a 10, he definitely deserves a 9. Because the only thing over him right now is that longest reign. And I would even argue that Seth's championships runs were way better than Roman's runs. So if you are going to give it a 10, I have to give Seth a 9.
Where is it?
Time
Where
out.
is it? The barbershop.
Can we?
All right, so who was the better Intercontinental Champion, Roman or Seth?
Roman didn't want that title, man. Like
That
Roman
ain't the point.
didn't.
That's not
You
the
could
point,
tell.
though. You had
You
it.
could tell. Well, you could tell. Like that's a for him. He didn't even put that belt on his shoulder. He carried it over his back. Like you could tell he didn't want that title.
Hey, that's on you though. That's on
Bigger
you.
picture guy, man. Like, but I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
But
you can't deny Intercontinental title. He brought back the open challenge. This man was on it.
Seth has had really good reigns, especially for mid-card titles, man. I forgot about his United States title run.
Yeah,
I forgot about that a little bit.
Even his WWE Championship runs, like bro, slayed the beast, took on Dean Ambrose, man, fucking John Cena,
Beast Slayer, King Slayer.
Yeah, like,
I know, right?
I was like, he up there with that as far as his championship goes. And I was like, for Roman, I was like, Roman has some okay title runs.
Yeah, Roman was just like that. Roman, I don't want this.
But
Roman, the big fish.
Yeah, but he finally got it. Like, yeah, exactly. Kingslayer, like you know, Honey said, beating Triple H. Having a retired Sting by accident.
Hey, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, whole bunch of memorable moments. Took on Randy Orton. Remember when he RKO'd him, like threw him off the shoulder and held him in the air?
I think that could be a debate too. That the best RKO, because I personally think that's number one. A lot of people, I know which one people really think is number one, but I personally think that's
a tough one though, honey. That Evan Bourne one is.
I know,
but man, Seth,
the Seth was disgusting though.
It was great, but not Roman. Randy had to get off the ground in time to get Evan Bourne. Like he wasn't like waiting for him, like standing.
Okay, so here's me being here's me being an a-hole to that though. Randy didn't necessarily get up.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Got up a little bit to catch him.
Yeah.
But he wasn't up. Like it wasn't like standing up and then dropped it.
Right.
Like it was not like when you go rewatch it, like the thought of the moonsault and it going into it is what's the impact. But when you slow it down and you look at it, it's like, oh, okay, he got up.
Get up quick though, man. It was still
but he didn't have that far to get up though. That's the only thing. So it's like that's what it's like. Okay, when you see it like that, okay, it's just a good sequence. But this one with Rollins, first of all, to go 1 foot and pick and shoot him up. Like,
it felt like he was walking on air for a second. Like
it was a video game, man. It was actually a video game.
So
and to catch it properly though, like bro, like you're in the air. There's no telling how, and enough air where you don't know how Seth's gonna fall coming back down.
Well, the story is that they didn't practice that either.
No, and that makes it even better.
It's even better. Even better. Yeah,
Big up to Seth Rollins, man. Seth Rollins got to jump off that man's shoulder to elevate enough. I think Randy even clapped his hands on the way down. Like,
yeah, he did. No, like that's why he was so hyped when it finished and he got up.
One word.
Cinema.
Exactly.
It was beautiful. It was so good. That's my number one.
They're like that to me though, but they're good.
Oh yeah, hold on, my bad.
That's just tough, man. That's 50-50.
Doesn't always make you the best situation.
But our next thing,
situation.
Rollins a 10 from the fact that you don't hold that, and that's just a fact. But there is someone that you can't talk about with that when we come up, and I'm curious if it will be brought up. But our next thing is character evolution. From looking like someone hit him upside the head with a bottle of peroxide to Seth freaking Rollins. All right. Oh, snap!
Yeah.
You never know who's gonna pop in.
Oh, don't tell me this.
We got a
Hi.
What's going on, Courtney? Happy Sunday to you.
Woo, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. I have my TV on mute because I'm also watching the Eagles game because my whole family's Eagles fans. So of course I'm pulling for the Birds.
Oh, boo.
I know, I'm sorry. But yeah.
Oh, Courtney, I think you have a new nickname as well. King Mike Hall down there. Can we get that up?
Half point a set. Oh God.
Yes!
That's fair. That's
Yo,
fair.
Just rewatching this.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, because rewatching this, some of them when you first threw them out, we was like, okay, I didn't say she couldn't do that, so I'll give that. But watching this back and you give it what was it? It was giving Roman Reigns
a 9.5 on like Courtney. Since you're here, Courtney, since you're here, what was keeping him from a 10?
For me, I had to be very fair, and plus I wanted to be logical. I was like, I'm not giving everybody a 10, but I had to think like legacy wise, and also for him, he did enter in mainstream. Let's be clear on that. Roman did enter in mainstream with ESPN and all the other media outlets. So he kind of did when he was champion. So I had to think of like the impact there, and if it wasn't for Paul Heyman, you would have not got the tribal chief.
Courtney, that sounds like a 10 to me. Courtney, come on.
Egregious. No.
See, this is what happens when y'all too humble. Okay, this is what happens when y'all don't go into.
I haven't started out like low. Like, wait a minute. Like,
like this is a debate. You're supposed to be expressing your points. If it felt like a 10 to you, you give it to a 10. Because I didn't think about it until we watched this. I was like, yo, what did stop her from just not saying 10? 7.5 I get. I'm like, okay, because there is a balance between 6 and 8. Like 6 and 8 is vastly different on the scale of 1 to 10. 7 is definitely that middle. So it's a 0.5. It's like, okay, you at least closer to average. That 6 is definitely below average. But 9.5, now you just fucking with people. Now you just fucking with people.
He does. That's a comment I never heard. I'm a tough teacher. Well, I am. I am humble, but I can be a little bit tough.
Oh my God, I forgot about.
We said it too. We was like, we forgot she's a teacher. I bet see you was that one there. You get a 99.5. What the fuck? Why can't I get 100? Where's the error? I was like, nah, dog.
Is that what she said?
You're like, no, you gotta think about your peers because we are rounding it off. Man, fuck my peers. They dumb, let them be dumb. All right.
Oh, good grief. Okay.
Because you'd be upset if somebody gave you $99.95. You'd be like, yo, why you didn't just give me $100? Would you not be upset? Would you not think that like
did you really give me $99.95? You diabolical motherfucker. Yo. All right.
So
yeah, so
character
Dion,
evolution, right? Character evolution.
Yes, character evolution on a scale of 1 to 10.
Okay, I gave Seth a 10. He is constantly reinventing himself from the Architect, Kingslayer, Beastslayer, Messiah, Visionary. He's been through it. He took the time throughout the pandemic to actually do character work and develop his character. Granted, he went from Messiah to what he is now, the Visionary, but he didn't even have a title, and he still worked on that throughout the pandemic. Adaptability, come on, man. He can be a face. He can be. Granted, his babyface run initially wasn't that great, but he turned that around. He strives at heel rolls. I mean, there's nothing he can't do there's nothing he can't do, and he obviously continues to keep his character fresh. And he's just been a top star with every gimmick, well, with every reinvention that he had. So from the Shield to Architect, he's always been one of those top mainstays, proving that longevity along with his relevance as well. So to see that guy from Tyler Black and then Seth Rollins now, NXT Seth Rollins, all the way to who he is now, come on, man. 10 out of 10.
Okay. All right. 10 out of 10. Let's see what the people say. How do you rate this character evolution on a scale of 1 to 10? Professor, let's start with you.
All right. So evolution, I mean, it's very, very clear he has evolved and evolved well. He's had a lot of we've talked about Chris Jericho over time being the author of reinvention. I think Seth has done a great job of not so much reinventing himself, but really evolving. This is still very much a recognizable Seth Rollins, but he's tapped into different elements of his personality, from, of course, being the Architect to being the Monday Night Messiah to this particular space right now. He managed to get us to both love him and hate him significantly. And again, he's one of the most popular wrestlers right now. 15 seconds, Gerard. So because of that, and because the people were singing his song before they were singing Cody's, yeah, it's been pretty significant. I give him a 9.
I hope Dion heard that.
It's true.
Just one more time. What'd you give him out of the scale?
I gave him a 9.
No. Courtney, on a scale of 1 to 10. Seth Rollins,
in character, man.
evolution.
Seth really had a very interesting growth in his character because, of course, we've seen him when he was with the Shield. Then he was the Architect. Then he was the Monday Night Messiah. Now he's Seth freaking Rollins. So there has shown a lot of growth and also innovation towards the character that he had, on top of some of the title matches that he had, and just seeing him being more comfortable on the mic with his skills and charisma. So for evolution wise, I am going to give him a 9 out of 10.
All right. Honey, scale of 1 to 10, Seth Rollins character evolution.
I'm actually going to give Seth character evolution rating number 10. He's actually been one of my favorite wrestlers to watch evolve into what he is today. He's definitely come out of the shell of being, the one that doesn't speak in the Shield, the one that doesn't speak much, to certainly being the one who's the most outspoken out of the group. Monday Night Messiah was a particular favorite time of mine. Loved him as the Architect, loved him when he was working with Triple H and had J&J Security, of course, being one of the most hated men on the roster. And we thoroughly enjoy him as the Visionary, the Revolutionary, Seth freaking Rollins. And I think it's just been a great bit of growth that we've seen come from
15
him.
seconds.
We've talked about him in the likes of, being the next or this generation's Shawn Michaels. So I would say 10 for Seth Rollins.
5 seconds.
All right. Mayor, scale of 1 to 10, character evolution.
You can make the case that his character evolutions and changes have been more stark than Roman's, like completely different from the one previous. My favorite of his is Monday Night Messiah. I think we've been on the Visionary a little bit too long, in my opinion. but I'll go 9 just because he's leaned into it so much that he's allowed this flamboyant personality to show up in his attire, to show up in ring, and show up in his promos. I think for that alone, he's found a version of himself that does have some staying power when you look at it maybe 20 years from now. But when you might even forget that he was the architect. So I'll go 9, and I think he's very good at reinventing himself. So I will say that. I think I'm looking forward to the next iteration that he does come up with and how it latches on with an audience.
I bet you it's going to be great, and he reinvents himself this year because he's going a downward spiral, storyline wise.
I
Crazy
too am
stuff
gonna
is on the
give
way.
Seth a 10 just because of the character
madman
evolution.
Seth, like,
well, let
legit.
me say the stages. I think there have been more recognizable stages of Seth Rollins out of all 3 Shield members, from not just the moniker, but the clothing, the background, even just slight changes in the music. Like, I think there's been so much of those changes to where it all still came together and worked, whether you loved them or hate them. And to be able to withstand through all those times, and even to come back from injuries, to be able to do that and still be able to hold the crowd and be at the top of the card, means you're doing something right. So I have to give him a 10 out of 10 as far as character evolution goes. Now, our last one for Seth Rollins is going to be Impact and Legacy.
Whoo!
And Mayor
Dion, because this is going to be very interesting.
Oh, does it now?
Your thoughts, scale of 1 to 10, Legacy and Impact for Seth freaking Rollins.
So his legacy and impact for me, it lies in his versatility and his work ethic, and being that workhorse, and pretty much being the backbone of WWE for a decade. You give him main titles, you can give him mid-card titles. Take him from the Shield all the way to the Visionary. He's maintained a top spot, and sort of, I mean, he should be commended too for helping carry WWE through the storms of the pandemic as well, even leading up to now. Also, let's see, what else did I say? His in-ring storytelling, his high-quality matches. He's also influenced the younger generation of wrestlers as well. We always talk about Nathan Frazier sort of being Seth Rollins, of the younger Seth Rollins, or another one. He's influenced people to this point too. Cultural impact, I sort of added this in there too. Just like we talk about his gear, right? But earlier he had his Marvel-inspired gear. We talked about the big red boots earlier. He was able to capitalize off that for a week and sort of carry that on. He went viral with him actually stomping, who was it? The Miz face into the mat. Pop culture, he's there. He can also do the Tonight shows and all that stuff too. Again, we're talking like, what story can you tell the complete story, and how much of your story is in that WWE bubble? I get it, but he's been consistent, man. He's been consistent workhorse. I don't think when you flip through chapters of the WWE history, you see Seth Rollins going to have his, again, I say it for Roman, Seth Rollins going to have a proper chapter as well. So I gave him a 9 out of 10 for Legacy and Impact.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on the phone, like, he's had like some. He's been consistent, man. He's always going to be there.
1 to 10. What is Seth Rollins' impact and legacy?
White Walker Seth was
Ooh, that's tough, because in this era, you can really make the case at any time that he is arguably the best performer in the world. Now, you can really make that claim. But as far as legacy, it's tough because of the generation he's in. He's always going to be looked at a good player number 2. And when you look at Roman and everything else that Roman's done, we talk about the Gates, things like that. So I will say, damn, that's tough. You know what? I'm going to say 8, just because I want to say that he's a great performer. But when you look at the history of the WWE, like, I can't compare him to Hickenbottom. When you talk about like big moments like that has been curated over time.
Seconds.
So I will say, like, I'll say 8. Yeah, for legacy. Just there's been better performers like throughout.
But he'll eventually have that influence
5 seconds
on younger talent too.
Right.
Maybe not to this point of Shawn Michaels, but
Legacy and impact. Seth Rollins.
You can see it now.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna keep it short and sweet and simple. 9, because he's up there. He's definitely up there. He's definitely has a legacy to leave. I think he's one half of a very big legacy that he's going to be leaving because of course Becky Lynch as well. But we're not talking about Becky. We're talking about Seth. But 9 for Seth. There's too many moments that he's had. Great moments too.
All right. Professor, scale of 1 to 10. Seth Rollins, legacy and impact.
So Seth Rollins has been a tremendous wrestler. However, he has not been the guy that they can put the rocket ship on. They've tried it. He's never been the face of the company. And some could blame Roman Reigns for that. But here's the deal. If you're the face, and you're going to rise no matter who is there. And so I think it's unfortunate that Seth will, claim that he's the macho man to, this Hogan situation. But the truth of it is, if you don't have it, you don't have it. He's 7-6 at WrestleMania. Do you consider the Buffalo Bills a great team because they made to the Super Bowl but lost 4 times? No, you don't. 15 seconds, Gerard. So, with that said, Seth Rollins gets a whopping 7 because his legacy will always be number 2.
Ooh.
Okay.
Check it out.
Courtney?
Ooh.
Courtney, Seth Rollins, legacy and impact.
I'm just gonna say this, and I'm not gonna be long on this. Seth has really did a lot in his legacy, not just in the ring, but also outside the ring with his own wrestling school. But also, everybody can make a case for him, especially if Roman's title reign overshadowed him. But he also created memorable moments that will live over time and also inspire the next generation moving forward. But overall, I'm gonna give him an 8 out of 10.
All right. I am going to go with the professor, 7 out of 10. And I'm just going to say it like this because I can't explain it in under 1 minute. I can tell the story of wrestling without Seth Rollins.
Not this era, man. Not this era.
Oh man.
Not this era, Will.
Yeah.
Especially this
I
era.
can tell the entire story of wrestling without Seth Rollins.
I think
Not
basically
this era.
Dylan hit it on the head right here.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yep. Great. When you talk about
What's Triple H's WrestleMania record?
His record? Ooh.
Yeah.
Let's look that up.
He's got a losing record, right?
I would think so.
Triple H.
Sorry, I mean to throw you off. When Gerard said that, I was curious. That's all.
Let's see his
And
record.
Okay, let's see here.
His record.
10 wins and 14 losses.
What is it again?
10 wins and 14 losses for Triple H at WrestleMania.
Like, what was this?
I mean, not far. I mean, what's Seth right now? 7-6.
Yeah, but you just looking at the WrestleMania stuff. Like,
Well, that's what we brought up, though. That's what we brought up, though. WrestleMania record just then.
yeah, but he was talking about just that and overall.
7-6.
Like he like
You
Seth
make playoffs for that. You get a bowl game with that.
But again, we're not sitting here finna be talking about fucking the Dallas Mavericks and the Memphis Jazz game.
Memphis Jazz?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh yeah. You
Okay,
know,
that's all.
yeah. But yeah, you don't talk about that thing. You talk about what were the highlights,
right?
The real takeaways. Especially in this time, if we're having a real big conversation, and we point out the highlights and stuff. Seth is not making the top highlights of the last 20 years of wrestling.
I mean, his WrestleMania moment is in there. His RKO is in there.
Yeah, you may bring up the
face off with Sting is in there.
When's the last time you talked about Seth Rollins and Sting?
Nobody cares.
And,
But anyway,
exactly. And Sting came back. That's what made it even worse. Sting came back.
Even with the CM Punk stuff now, with that being like having history outside of wrestling, with them talking back and forth with each other, now they're working together. I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like he may not have a chapter. Well, I say a chapter, but you got to tell him in this era too, man. Like he has a story to tell in this one too.
I'll mention him. I can mention Seth.
But you ain't gonna let him be like, man, Seth was a bad sitting on your porch 30 years from now, boy, that's Seth Rollins. Like I'll be saying that.
I could be just like that, but it'll end there. Hey man,
but he ain't no Roman though. Like
Roman, that boy Roman. Woo.
That tribal chief Roman. We always acknowledge him.
Oh yeah, okay.
Be like Lester. Bring me something out the cooler. I gotta boy. We gonna be here a little bit. You got time? Let me tell you about Roman Reigns. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, I get it.
But part of me was on the fence too. But I think I could tell a story of Seth Rollins for wrestling, but like as a whole, like
old wrestling. That's what I'm talking.
We're talking about legacy though, like his legacy and impact, even in the indies, and like Courtney said, for the future of wrestling with his own wrestling school. Like,
but look at the group that we're debating though, as in totality.
Yeah.
We talk about the Shield. We're going to talk about these three paths anyway.
Anyway, all three. Yeah.
Yeah, all three. And also, just to jump into, you kind of have to think about like mainstream wise, because I know Seth has done a lot across, like he was on NFL Network or Good Morning Football. I mean, granted, it wasn't ESPN like Roman, but he was able to do it here and there. But he had to think like on that little bit of level with the mainstream stuff, especially with everything happening now with wrestling technically becoming popular again. Outside of NFL Network, how many media appearances has Seth done? Really?
I mean, he was in Captain America. Oh wait, no, he's not.
No, he's not. Yeah,
that's tough.
I mean, but he's done red carpet stuff with Becky and everything. They've done red carpet for events and premieres and things like that.
And everybody loved to refer to him as Becky's husband.
Oh, yeah.
But he has equally.
I don't necessarily do that.
I
but
hope
he has
not.
an equally impressive resume. Like both of them together are Hall of Famers. So I think it's just a jab to be. It's a low hanging fruit jab. That's all.
No. We said it. He's Scottie Pippen. He is the Scottie Pippen to the WWE.
He says it here too. I think it's coming up.
Yeah.
Hey man, Scotty.
Player, by all means, always a great secondary player. You are the Dennis Rodman of the WWE.
Oh, you gave him Rodman. You didn't even give
him.
No,
I meant to say Scotty.
Okay.
Dennis Rodman is gonna get brought up for other things. No, Scottie Pippen.
Definitely.
Oh, there it is. Scotty. Hey, Jordan ain't winning rings until Scotty gets there, though. So.
So we're saying Roman is Jordan.
Time.
And it's
I mean,
without Roman,
we gotta get to
without Seth Roman,
because we're actually doing good. So.
Yes, we are. All right, so the last one we have up is he's gone by the Unhinged. I don't remember that name. I'm just gonna be
Lunatic Fringe.
Lunatic Fringe.
He was formerly known as Dean Ambrose, left a prestigious company, went to go put another one on his back, and transformed into who we know now as Jon Moxley. So this is what we're going to do different for this one. I'm going to let you listen to ours first, then give us your story.
Perfect.
That's
plot twist.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, and you know what? That's good. That's good.
In-ring performance. What do you rate Jon Moxley's in-ring performance? Mayor, we're going to start with you.
I laughed at the
picture. I was laughing at
I would say that Jon Moxley's been.
I was like, I knew you would get out of this.
Brand, and you can argue he was in WWE as well, just on a different plateau as the previous two Shield members. When you say in-ring performance, I think this is something that he's developed at. Like, we're not doing lunatic lariats and things like that anymore. He's gone into a more realistic style performing, where it's leaning on violence, leaning on his background in jiu-jitsu, where he's actually placed and won and medaled in jiu-jitsu tournaments in this country. So it shows that he's trying to bring a different style of flow to his in-ring ability. I'm not going to rank it super high. I'm going to say 7, because I know people are pretty critical about that, but I think it's because it's not as flashy and
15
flamboyant as other people's in-ring style. It's more ground and pound, more subs than anything.
All right. Courtney, scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's in-ring ability.
I will say, watching him from Dean Ambrose and into Moxley, he has improved wrestling wise. He has gotten a little bit better, and just seeing the growth and the shift and doing the groundwork, submission, not much so the high flying in between. And like Mayor pointed out, it's not flashy as you would get from a Seth or a Roman standpoint, but he is working the ground game and also supporting the AEW brand since it first started. So for me, I'm going to give him a solid 8 for in-ring ability.
All right. Professor, scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's ring ability.
It's so interesting because you really can see a stark contrast between Dean Ambrose and John Moxley. And I think a lot of that is what happens when you are confident in who you are and you feel comfortable being who you are. His style is not what many would call like this amazing style. You know, you're not going to get flashy moves. You're not going to get a lot of technical things, but he really is a throwback to the wrestler who was a fighter. You know, this is a guy that not only wrestled in AEW, but decided to go back to a GCW. He decided to do death matches. He decided to be involved in blood sport. He's a fighter. And that's one of the things that makes wrestling great. 15 seconds, Gerard. So because of that, the whole idea here is to be the tough man. He's the tough man. So I give him a 9.
Oof. All right. Honey, scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's in-ring ability.
In-ring ability. I've always enjoyed seeing the growth of Dean Ambrose to John Moxley, because I always knew that once I saw John Moxley, I was like, oh, that's who you really are. That was I saw shades of it as Dean Ambrose, that lunatic fringe thing, especially when he went solo on his own. And they did the double turn on or something like that when he turned on Seth Rollins and Roman, and became, you know, the basically Bane for a moment. But there was a lot of things that I felt that he wanted us to see in WWE that he didn't get to show us because of course, the times that we were in. But like you said, Professor, he does belong in that fighting style and a lot of that old school realm of wrestlers. I think I might have to give him an
5 seconds.
8. I'm gonna give him a safe 8, also because I like the psychology and like the way he moves, and you know, kind of like
time.
It's unorthodox. Perfect word. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's what I was looking for.
I'm also going to give him a 8 out of 10, just for the simple fact of being able to bring back that old school style. Like Moxley's finisher is a DDT, and if you've never been DDT before, that'll take you out.
It hurts.
And he makes it look very realistic. And I think that is something very refreshing, especially in the company he's in, where they just do 18 finishers in one match and the guy is still on his feet. So for him to be able to like, let me take you out with a DDT, I think that holds very high. So matter of fact, I'm not even gonna give him an 8. I'm gonna give him a 9 just because of that.
Woo!
Because of the fact that you can
Good Lord.
and you're the current world champion over there at AEW. So I'm gonna give him a 9. Now we're gonna move on.
All right. Dion, after what you have heard, please rate John Moxley's in-ring ability on a scale of 1 to 10.
I preface it as this. I've never enjoyed him wrestling. I'll honestly say that. He's a brawler, but it looks the orthodox style works, but I don't know, he's acting like a tough guy for me. But in-ring ability for me, I've never enjoyed it. He's done a lot of hardcore matches. That's not up my alley either. When we compare him to the match quality and in-ring stuff of Roman and Seth, I don't think it comes close, even with his WWE run and post WWE run. So I gave him a 7 just because it doesn't excite me. We've seen brawlers brawl before. We've seen Stone Cold become a brawler, and when he broke his neck and he changed up his style, that style was great. Austin was all punches and kicks for for the back end of his career, but that was good punches and kicks. Dean Ambrose, John Moxley never really did it for me, but that's a personal thing. I give him a 7. Yeah, okay, straight up, he was boring. All right, there it is. Straight up, he was boring to me.
Courtney, your thoughts on Dion's statement towards your current AEW champion, stating that he's boring in the ring.
Boring in the boring. Well, when he was with Lunatic Fridge, he had some matches, but I know you have not watched AEW, but I would say some of his style is a little bit boring on some of his matches. I mean, did anybody think he would face off against Kenny Omega when he first came in AEW? No. I mean, did anybody think that?
I mean, I would assume so. They're pretty big names on the roster, so I feel like you had to.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just really hard. And plus, with the fact he could actually contrast with any different styles, whether it be like a groundwork, submissional, technical, or high flyer. But I'll just leave it at that and be simple because I want to keep track of time, and this will go on a whole other conversation for another future episode. So I'm trying to be fair of time.
To mic skills and charisma. Courtney, I'm going to start with you. On a scale of 1 to 10, rate John Moxley's mic skills and charisma.
I'm going to say that he wasn't the best talker as Dean, but he has shown some growth between that and into John Moxley. And the one thing I will say when it came to mic skills, he was very, very threatening and serious. And that was something that he really did when he was in AEW. And you saw some of the rivalries that he had with Kenny Omega, little bit of Darby Allin, MJF, freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy, and really shown a little bit of growth on just showing that, he's very serious. He's comfortable in his skin. He's starting a lot more confidence. So I will give him a solid 8 out of 10.
All right. Honey, your 1 out of 10 rating for mic skills and charisma of John Moxley.
This is going to be another simple, short and sweet kind of answer, and I'm just going to give him a 7. I'm just going to keep it right in the middle there, and strictly based off the fact that I can't even remember a memorable mic moment from Dean Ambrose or John Moxley.
Okay. Mayor, scale of 1 to 10. John Moxley's mic skills and charisma.
Here's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna discredit the one thing that John has always had, and that's mic skills. He was the talker of the Shield. He was the one that delivered the promos. He was the one we always wanted with the mic in the Shield. I'm not gonna go as far as to say that his promos are gonna be the most epic and memorable, but I'm gonna say that he's a 9. This is the one quality he has never really had to work on.
Goodness grief.
He's okay. Inherently as a character in both brands.
We ain't giving him the mic now. If we were to do the Shield over today, he ain't touching the microphone.
Mic skills and charisma.
It's interesting because the challenge for John Moxley, particularly as he came over to AEW, is to basically show the world this is who I really am. And the only way he really had to do that was to be able to talk. The intriguing thing about his mic skills, particularly in AEW, is that is the land that does not know how to do a promo. No offense. But they generally don't. They freestyle, and either you have it or you don't. And so he really stands out in that particular space. And it's one of the reasons I believe that AEW says, hey, carry the ball 4 different times. And in terms of a memorable promo from him, 15 seconds, Gerard, it's this. When he came back from the whole drinking spell, and he shared his heart, we were all the way with him. John Moxley gets a 9.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him an 8 just for simply because when he was Dean Ambrose, he kept trying to sound like the Joker, and I didn't like that. Every time he got on the mic, it was like, I got these scars. That's all I kept hearing. That's all I was waiting for him to say. That's the only thing he was missing. But because of that, I do say 8 because of everything Professor just said and to what the mayor said. For the character that he is, his mic skills match perfectly. Sinister, menacing, like I would say this is what Jake the Snake would have loved to have been if he were here right now. And Jake the Snake's promos were very menacing. It always had you intrigued. And like to Professor's point, in a place where they don't have no structure like that, where it is freestyle, Moxley does an incredible job for it. So I'm gonna have to give him an 8 when it comes to mic skills and charisma. But please stop trying to sound like a joke.
5 seconds.
Now this one is gonna be the very, very interesting one where I know the mayor is ready to shine.
Oh, I need to give mine. Did I give mine?
You're on mute.
My bad. I just wanted to get to like right there to hit the stop. But we want to, after what you've heard, your rating scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's mic skills and charisma.
It goes from not much of what I heard, but just what I had written down initially. I don't like the case. It's unbelievable to me, and I'll say why. I get the chaotic, sort of intense promo, but there's so many times that you can do that. Recently on the stuff I've been seeing, there's a bit of like that old school wrestling sort of thing. If you compare. His lack of polish might be character, but if you compare it to Seth and Roman, it comes in below that. I gave it a 7 for that one. Again, no impactful promo that I've ever gotten from him as well. He's an unbelievable tough guy to me. He could be tough. He could come choke me out right now. I'm still gonna, before I go out, I'm gonna say this is still unbelievable. So yeah, gave him number 7.
That's why we got him. Okay. Then let's continue. Championships and achievements. Courtney, I'm going to start with you first on this one. On a scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's championships and achievements, where do you rate it?
For me, this not so different than Seth and Rowan, but with John, he was able to achieve outside of WWE, not just with WWE, not just with AEW. He also achieved in New Japan. IWPG champion,
IWGP.
Yes, IWPG, 2-time IWPG, United States champion, IWPG, IWGP.
This one.
That was beating Courtney up, boy.
Not just with WWE, not just with AEW. He also achieved in New Japan. IWPG champion.
IWGP.
Yes, IWPG. 2-time IWPG. United States champion. IWPG. Also going to be
IWGP.
You down with OPP?
Say it 5 times fast.
Oh God! I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I beat Courtney up so bad.
Boy, it was kicking ass.
Yo, that was so good. Look at Councilman. You can't see him. Like, he was in stitches.
Yo, I just kept going.
God.
And Professor told never said GP, IWGP.
IWGP.
He kept saying it. I was like,
IWGP, and it kept getting like IWGP.
IWGP championship. There.
Oh my God! Yo.
I get it. Trust me, I get it, Courtney. You know me. I've had Magic City machine guns. You know.
And it's just the time thing. That's what I do with it. It was like it's because she got a minute, and I know that she also knows she got a minute, so that's why she trying.
Yeah, it's like I had to keep going. I was like, let me just give my rating anyway.
Oh, she would not let her go past go.
That shit, yo. Yes. That shit was hilarious.
Shit. That was so great.
Okay.
I
He
love
achieved
it.
New Japan, he achieved AEW, and I will say, it's not about how you carry the belt, it's also
15
how you
seconds.
create. And also, I will say he gave
That ain't no
people
45
rivalries as well. But
seconds.
I will give him a 9 out of 10 for championship.
Well, that word fucked you up.
It really did, because I had my
Word
case
whooped your
ready.
ass.
I was ready to have my case, but then it was just like, oh, you know what?
45 seconds at least.
Oh God. Oh God.
Look
Get to
at
me.
that. Look at that. Look
In the
at
corner.
It kept happening over and over.
Oh, throw in the towel. He can't go no more.
He was stuck. You said was stuck.
Oh, we love you, Courtney. We love
I
you.
know, I know.
Professor.
It happens to the best of us. It happens.
Moxley's
Oh, of
championships.
course.
It does. It happens. It happens to all of them.
So
That was just,
to me,
it was
this is
just
one of the
too
super
good.
strong suits for John Moxley. Again, the
You know why
courage that it took to lead
gets
the
that way, I
highly
feel like,
established
with
John
us too, because it's
Moxley.
literally organic, like organically us.
Yes.
Like, you know, like we understand what we're trying to say, but then, you know, there's always one correcting and just making sure it's right for, you know, viewers and for listeners, and we're just like, I gotta get it out. We all have our little dyslexia moments,
Yes.
but it's so great. So great. It's what makes us us. It's what makes us, y'all.
U.S. champion, NW.
All right, listen, if you're focusing on the machine to be the top guy.
Oh,
Had you in the corner.
It kept happening over and over.
Oh, throw in the towel. He can't go no more.
Oh my God, the tears.
Oh, all right,
I had
Professor.
tears
On a
coming
scale
out.
of 1 to 10, Moxley's championships and achievements.
So to me, this is one of the super strong suits for John Moxley. Again, the courage that it took to leave the highly established WWE
We all had tears in
and
our
head
eyes.
elsewhere
Girl
and to
stretching
become
and
world
shit,
champion.
like,
He is the
taking it off.
only man to ever hold the WWE, AEW, and IWGP World Championships. He's the only one in the world. Name some other wrestler. They've never done it. That says that the three biggest promotions in the world respect you. He has been the flag bearer for this new company, AEW, four-time world champion there. To me, his championships, his accomplishments outweigh them all. He gets a 10.
All right. Honey, on a scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's championships and achievements.
I will agree with the professor. This is probably one of well, for me anyway, the only strong suit for John Moxley, being the greatest because he has transcended past WWE. He has also brought by doing this, he proved that he doesn't need the machine to be the top guy, even though he is for a certain machine. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Professor, nobody can say that they've won all those titles in WWE as well as AEW title. So 10.
All right. I too am
Why
going
you
to
laugh?
It's like it looked like you did not want to get him that baby.
I mean, all right, listen, if you're focusing on breaking boundaries and succeeding outside of WWE with titles and everything, accomplishments, John Moxley is definitely a 10. I understand that. I'm not living under a rock like most people.
Yeah, I too have to give it a 10 because I said Mayor for last. I have to also give it a 10. Just not even that, but also too, I think if memory serves me correct, he's still the longest reigning U.S. champion in WWE. I don't know if somebody has taken that over, but if they haven't, he still holds that title.
That is, that's crazy.
As far as achievements go, and being able to, like you said, lead the machine and to be respected
this
over
game
in
about
New
to break
Japan,
that
which is definitely no joke, and it is very hard for especially WWE wrestlers to transition.
Good.
Man,
Imagine
around the
this
world,
Shinsuke
put
could.
his stamp in,
This
and even being
Shinsuke
able
could.
to change from the character he had to now, like those achievements are just you can't argue with that. So I'm also going to go with a 10 out of 10. Mayor, scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's championships and achievements.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yes,
Okay.
let me take.
Let's Listen, 4-time AEW champion. He's the stir that straws the drink in AEW. They can't continue without Jon Moxley. We have seen this. Not only that, Professor already touched on this. He's
Mind
the
you, we're
IWGP
talking about who the
World
greatest
Champion. That
Shield
means
member
he's
is.
been a champion on multiple continents. That multiple brands have said that he is
Dean
the guy.
Ambrose,
Not
not
to mention PWI's most popular wrestler of the year in 2014, 2015, and 2022. Sports Illustrated Wrestler of the Year in 2019. He has accolades. Maybe we just want to ignore them because they're not on the greatest scale. Do you know that in the Bible, in Proverbs 16:32, it says, "Better to a patient man than a man who stirs up and tries to conquer a city"? That man is more than reliable. When that man wants to...
Yo, both you and Professor's face and body movements when he spit the Bible verse.
Oh, man.
What?
Do you know that in the Bible, in Proverbs 16:32, it says, "Better to a patient man than a man who stirs up and tries to conquer a city"? That man is more than reliable. When that man wants a day off, he says, "You know what? I got to feed the family." And the family is not just Renee and that baby. It's AEW. That man showing up to work all the time. Hasn't had a break yet. His accolades rule above everybody else's because he's doing it on a larger scale. We want representation in wrestling. You cannot tell the story of pro wrestling without Jon Moxley on any of these continents. 10.
Well, because you lose it, you never win.
Oh, boy!
That stuff is...
Yeah!
That's about to pound the streets.
This is...
Why?
He was hating, honey.
Wow!
That was
Honey, you better than that. Honey, you are funny.
Not after the Bible verse, though.
I'm saying though.
Honey was straight.
Full character mode. Nobody was telling me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, nobody was telling me shit.
All right, we gonna move on to. All right, Dion. Championships and achievements. Scale of 1 to 10.
I thought this was a character development.
No, we're about to start.
The last one was, the last one.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing. I give going outside of WWE and making your name out there. I do get it. I understand how impactful that can be for some people, but we also talked about at the beginning, like WWE is the world at the end of the day. People come there. We said it earlier. I said it earlier. Japan, Mexico, and everybody else, they come to Roman. He doesn't have to go. Can I tell the story of wrestling without Moxley? I'm pretty sure I could do that. I'm pretty sure I could.
Well, hold on. I gotta ask this. Can you tell the story of wrestling without AEW?
I mean, it's just like Nitro, right? You got to put Nitro in there, so WCW will be there.
So
he's getting mentioned within a brand, not mentioned on his own for it, if that's the case. But Roman's already an established brand, so it doesn't really make that much sense.
And he was also WWE champion at that established brand. So he's been at the top of the mountain at WWE multiple times. A lot of wrestlers still have never achieved that.
This is true, but I still gave him an 8.
All right. Courtney, how are you feeling about these ratings so far?
Well, I mean, he's being honest about it, but
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I really had to think about this because I'm like, him without AEW. You also tend to forget who showed up on the first few episodes on AEW. Actually, better yet, the first 2 champions of AEW, him and Chris Jericho. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh, go ahead, Courtney.
I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I feel like Dion is being a little stickler against Jon Moxley, is all I'm saying.
Don't be coming for her Mox and Jericho. Those are her clients.
But let's think logically about this. I know we got one more category. Let's think logically about this for a second. 2 more. Let's just think logically about this for a second. These 3 guys all have fantastic careers in wrestling. We can say that much.
Absolutely.
Our ability for this one, our task for this was to rate which one of these members has the best like overall career. I think he's the lesser of the group. That's just my opinion.
But why?
He doesn't resonate to me like a Seth or a Roman has. Even Roman's big dog phase, Roman still resonated with a crowd. Again, Dean Ambrose was giving crappy stuff too, so was Roman. Roman made it work sometimes, maybe he didn't. Dean Ambrose, okay, all honesty, this is a safe place. That Stone Cold interview completely threw me off of Moxley while he was from that point on. That Stone Cold interview sort of killed it for me. And I haven't been able to erase that out of my mind when it comes to Dean Ambrose or Jon Moxley.
So what
That's
you're saying?
where I'm at.
So what you're saying is you are being biased. Okay.
I really am, honestly. I mean, I think I am.
I can admit it. Yes.
It's his opinion, based on our opinions.
Yep.
Because if you give me 3 nights of wrestling and all 3 of these are main event guys are main event each night, Roman, Seth, Moxley, I'm saving my money for that 3rd night for Moxley. So I'm going to see Seth. I'm going to see Roman. It's up in the air about Ambrose and Moxley. That's all.
He said Ambrose and Moxley, like they two
different people on my screen right now.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I mean, if you really kind of think about it.
Well, then, with that, let's get into character evolution.
Character evolution.
My lord.
Good lord.
Lunatic to more of a lunatic.
From one lunatic to the next.
Another lunatic. There, we'll start with you on this one. As far as character development goes, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you rate it?
This is the tough one because some people might argue that it hasn't really been that much of a change, or it's not as aggressive as the previous 2. I'll say that. This is where I'll go. Like, I agree with the professor. And a lot of you said that he became more of himself. He wasn't able to show himself in WWE the way he wanted to. Hell, they had him he was like Corey J for a minute. Bubble jacket. They had him dressing like Macklemore towards the end of his run, wearing gas mask.
I'm going to pop some time.
So I will say
I did not hear you saying that.
I'm surprised nobody did.
I did not hear you say that.
You must believe.
Yes, she did.
Oh, shit.
the way he was able to reformat our brains to who he is now, and that character has so much staying power that he's atop so many brands in the world. I will say 8.5.
15 seconds.
That's all right. 8.5.
Honey, your scale 1 to 10, Jon Moxley character evolution.
I'm gonna give him a 9 because I feel like gradually growing into going from the Shields and then into the Lunatic Fringe solo and then going into who he is as Jon Moxley. I just feel like it was kind of basically the reverse of what we talked about with the previous 2. I feel like Jon Moxley was in there all along, and we just needed to see the right promotion let him pull that character that he needed out to be able to show that extension of himself. So I will give him a solid 9 because I mean, just look at the pictures alone. That it's final boss level Jon Moxley on the right. So for sure, 9.
Professor, scale of 1 to 10, Jon Moxley's character evolution.
The thing about character evolution is this: it is much like life. We are all aspiring to determine and figure out exactly who we are.
Mm-hmm.
And once you tap into who you are, the world changes. Think about it. We aren't talking about stunning Steve Austin. We aren't talking about the ringmaster. We're talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin. We're not talking about Dean Ambrose at this point. We're not talking about a lunatic fringe. That wasn't your 4-time world champion that you could build a company around. It's this version of Dean Ambrose that manages to take a world title, put it in a briefcase, and we still look at it as a world championship. This man is special. And he's gone on in 15 seconds or less to go ahead and lead his own faction, which Seth couldn't do. Roman could only do with his family. These people aren't his family. Lunatic fringe or not, give him a 10.
Okay. I too am gonna have to agree with that sentiment. And he gave the perfect reference, Professor did. I get nothing but Stone Cold Steve Austin vibes when I see this. To go from something that kind of worked to be able to fully get comfortable with it, like this is just amazing. I also have to give Moxie a 10 out of 10 for that, just because this is where you are, and everyone gets excited when you come out. Everybody does their thing.
He's rocking.
It's dope to see. You know, whether you don't like the in-ring ability as much, it is still just that pop, and that's the vibe I get from him. So I'm gonna give him 10 out of 10. Courtney, on a scale of 1 to 10, character evolution for Jon Moxley, your current AEW champion.
This is always the fun part when it comes to professional wrestling on character evolution. And he has come a long way from being the lunatic fridge and seeing him as Jon Moxley. And even when he had Wild Thing, the crowd would go crazy. Whether he was a heel, whether he was a face, the fans still love him. And you can't deny that on showing a lot of growth and also really kind of captivating some of the AEW originals on the forefront. And also, in fact, he gave one of my clients, OC, his first ever pay-per-view main event at All Out for the AEW International Championship. So that is also a bonus as well. So for me, I'm giving him a 10 out of 10 for evolution.
All right. Dion, scale of 1 to 10. Jon Moxley's character evolution.
I mean, I'll give him an 8. The Stone Cold almost dropped him off. Comparison almost dropped him to a 0. But I'll say this: it's commendable because we saw those 2 pictures. Super commendable. But I gave him an 8 because I feel like it still lacks that consistency and depth that we've seen from Roman and Seth over their character evolutions. That's why I dropped him down to an 8.
See, the only reason I'm gonna disagree with that because you don't watch AEW.
I'm done.
I would say this: out of every single rivalry with AEW, if there's one rivalry I would love for you to watch, it's between him and Orange Cassidy, because that rivalry right there. And I'm not being biased because OC is my client, but they had a lot of brief history with each other, and there were times it was bad blood. And OC was one of the only guys that actually stood up to Moxley, being alone at AEW Original. So I'm just going to put my 2 cents in.
All right. Final stage. And last and certainly not least, legacy and impact of Jon Moxley. Courtney, Courtney, I will start with you. Legacy and impact on a scale of 1 to 10.
This is really interesting to see because we looked at Seth and we also looked at Roman's as well. But Moxley is very interesting with the fact that he wrestled outside of WWE with not just AEW, but also New Japan as well. And just seeing the growth, and also for him to be open with everything that he was struggling with, substance and alcohol abuse, that is vulnerability right there. And also, as I mentioned, really captivating and taking it to the next level. Sure, he hasn't done a lot of things on the mainstream side, but when he's in the ring, he goes all out, and also helping and supporting the AEW brand. So for me, I'm giving him a 9.
All right. Professor, scale of 1 to 10, legacy and impact of Jon Moxley.
As we've said earlier, can you tell the story of pro wrestling without this particular superstar? You cannot tell the story of the WWE, particularly 1/3 of the Shield, without Dean Ambrose. And you certainly cannot tell the story of AEW, the alternative, without Jon Moxley. What he has done as the only man to win those 3 major championships is significant. To achieve this level of success after your WWE run, it's why we respect Cody Rhodes. It's why we respect Drew McIntyre. We have to put the same level of respect on the name of this man, Jon Moxley, who, by the way, if we're speaking of Cody, 15 seconds left, if we're speaking of Cody, he carried the company that Cody created when Cody was no longer there. He was the only man fit to do it. So for that reason, he gets a 10.
All right. Honey, on a scale of 1 to 10, John Moxley's legacy and impact.
Given
I had to pause it because the professors say that if Cody didn't leave, it was all Cody's fault that John Moxley became a face of AEW. Is that what it was? Cody fucking up more timelines? Is that what it is?
Pretty much.
You know what I just heard? That's what I just heard. I'm sorry, Dion. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm gonna shut up.
Boy, look, the way he set up just.
That's like he just had that stare. Like
let's just press play, shall we?
the undeniable success of his transformation into becoming John Moxley and the impact he's had on AEW. Also with, having moments with the Shield. I feel like there was a lot more that I know he could have offered in WWE, but unfortunately, due to circumstances, they didn't see it that way. So then on to AEW, on to New Japan, and anywhere else. I think anything this man touches, it can turn to gold, obviously, because he's the one with the gold. I would have to give him a 9.
All right.
He's undeniable.
All right. And then I'm going to have to give it a 10 just because of the simple fact that WWE wise, we know a lot of people. And if you haven't seen one of Professor's videos that are out right now, he recently just brought up this subject. Not many people get to hold a belt in WWE, nor as well be the WWE champion. And at one point, maybe once or twice, they have put this belt on him. They have let him go up against the Beast at WrestleMania. That is already a legacy that's in there. That'll put you in Hall of Fame, no doubt. Then to go and do it at AEW and to something that the mayor has stated, do you feel the difference when they're not there? You feel the difference in AEW when John Moxley is not there. And then to go over to another culture and to be able to be so well revered by them that they are confident to put the championship on you. That is a legacy that is going to hit from across the world and telling different stories. So I also have to give it a 10 as far as legacy and impact. And I wanted to leave it last to you, Mayor, as the advocate for John Moxley in this. Legacy and impact on a scale of 1 to 10.
You absolutely cannot tell the story of pro wrestling without John Moxley. And he took the blueprint Cody made and laid down by leaving WWE. He made a perfect masterpiece of it. So I have to believe that in 20 to 30 years from now, those children who want to be pro wrestlers, they might not all get the opportunity to be the next Seth Rollins or the Roman Reigns, but could they be the next John Moxley and follow his road to stardom? Absolutely. For that alone, it's a 10. He's done it on multiple continents. He's been wildly successful. If Kenny Omega is the soul of AEW, we know that John Moxley is the heartbeat because they've given him the ball and the rock so many times to carry the banner, carry the company, to show why you should be invested into AEW programming week after week. And we can't deny his time in WWE as well. He wasn't a scrub there. He was a world champion there. He just, like Seth, was a part of Roman's orbit and what they wanted to accomplish. He said, you know what? I'm going to do my thing over there. And he did it better than all three of them. For that alone, it's a 10.
Time.
All right. Leon, scale of 1 to 10. John Moxley's legacy and impact.
So do give him credit for, helping establish AEW as that legitimate alternate to WWE. As we go through this debate, we can see like his time in WWE, his legacy is so tightly tied closely to the Shield because they were like one of the most pivotal groups in WWE history. So that's a legacy mark for him. The thing we talked about the most out of this for the two before was crossover appeal as well. I think that came up with Roman with ESPN. I think that came up with Seth with NFL Network and all that stuff. His contributions are significant to the world of pro wrestling. But to me, if you do add in that crossover appeal, they don't have the same. He doesn't have the same level of crossover appeal as the two that we talked about, or long-term influence as the two that we talked about earlier. So for that, I gave him an 8. We can't hold one criteria higher for two other people and not address it with the third. If we talk about that legacy and impact and crossover appeal, like we talked about the two before.
What I miss?
Courtney, thoughts?
I mean, and I mentioned this too. Like, John really hasn't done much media. I'm trying to recall if he's done any mainstream when he was in AEW, because we know how he is when it comes to interviews. We know how he is when he talks. But I think with this new deal for Max, and also I know they're doing a crossover with DC Comics, this could be something that Moxley may get his foot wet in. I don't know. But this could be really something to kind of get him onto there, because us casual fans know who he is, but it's time for at least some mainstream media to know who he is, because pretty much outside of MJF on a media scale, there's only a few people that kind of know what AEW is. So it's time for him to get that unnecessary push onto mainstream.
And Roman and Seth are so polished at it at this point now too, that like that's a premiere or anything like that is easy work for them at this point for them. But yeah, we got to bring that up when we talk about like long-term legacy and that, because we brought it up for the other two. So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We talk. Hey, I'm just saying. This is what I wrote down on my screen over here.
That's a quick question. What would you rate Bret Hart's legacy from a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh man, you had to bring that out.
Me or Honey?
But that's not for this episode.
Oh,
no. Huh? No, I was asking. No, I was asking him. I already know what you rated, because you rated the same place where I rated. So, but yes, I'm gonna go with where Dion's ranking first before we revealed the rankings of this one. So coming in at third is going to be John Moxley. Coming in at number 2 with 40. John Moxley with 38 points. Seth Rollins at number 2 with 47 points, and Roman Reigns with 48 to be the number 1 greatest Shield member according to Dion.
I'm fine with that.
Yes, but we also know your lineup comes with the asterisk. So
what's the asterisk?
You don't watch AEW, so there's a bias towards the third member.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm a casual wrestling fan, I should know what AEW. He should want to draw me to AEW, right? Or his character should. Like, I feel like if I was just out here floating in oblivion and I see Roman Reigns somewhere on the Tonight Show, like, oh, I used to watch wrestling. That makes me want to watch that.
I will say this. I loved Goldberg. Goldberg did not make me want to watch WCW. I'm just saying, you can't put it on just one person.
And also, Dion, you know how I got into AEW. It wasn't Chris Jericho. It wasn't OC. It wasn't the Acclaims. It was Madam Tony Storm that got me into AEW.
So and again too, that again, you already know because you said it. You was being biased. It's an asterisk to it, but it is your selection. Yeah. And I am sure you're 100% okay with how the lineup turned out.
I'm gonna be fine tonight.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, like, I'm about to go home and sleep.
Yeah,
knowing that that's the choice that I made.
Right. For yourself.
Let's mark up this tally. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten through every single category with these two wrestlers. We got 10 minutes, 9 minutes before SmackDown starts. and I am just going to rip the Band-Aid off. We have totaled these up. Thank you to my panel for a great debate between you all. Everyone also in the comments that were giving their ratings. It is time to rank these. Now, of course, we cannot do this without recognizing first number one Shield member, my boy Curtis. we already know who number one is. So just so this is starting from 4 up to 2 because Kurt Angle had everything.
Notice the Shield member that was missing in that picture.
And all I'm gonna say is this: if you broke down his in-ring ability, 9. What? Mic skills and charisma, 9. Championships and achievements, bro. Japan, TNA Impact, WWE, that's a 10. Character evolution from the Olympic gold medalist to the wrestling machine to Perk Angle to Bad Angle, yo, 10. Legacy and Impact,
corporate angle,
Milkomania, like yo, 10.
He entered in the mainstream. I mean, hey, you remember the Chef Boyardee commercials he was in?
Yep.
Man, an Olympic champion, for goodness sake.
Man is an Olympic champion. How is he not?
With a broken freaking neck.
Look, he gets 10 out of 10 across the board. Straight 50 points. 50 points. For that man, Kurt Angle. That's
yay.
All right. Are you ready for this, Dion? I mean, you ready?
Do it.
You just had to point that out. All right. So
here we go.
The number 3 Shield member, after totaling all of this up with 221.5 points.
Here we go.
Is the Architect, Seth Rollins, at number 3. He is the 3rd best Shield member.
Makes
number 2.
Just wait.
At 225 is your tribal chief, Roman Reigns.
Sorry to laugh that loud, but
Dion doing exactly what I did. Dion is doing exactly what I did. Dion, come back and watch.
Yes, come back. Come back.
Dion, come back and watch.
He's not in the room. He walked out.
Dion, come back and watch, bro. Bro, the same, bro. Same.
The title reign saved him.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been number 3, honestly.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
He just, like Seth, was a part of Roman there.
It is time to rank these. Now, of course, we cannot do this without recognizing first number 1 Shield member, my boy Kurt Angle. We already know who number 1 is. So just so we so this is starting from 4 up to 2 because Kurt Angle had everything.
Notice the Shield member that was missing in that picture.
You just had to point that out. All right. So,
man,
the number 3 Shield member, after totaling all of this up with 221.5 points, is the Architect, Seth Rollins, at number 3.
No
he is
way,
the 3rd best Shield member.
I know. I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Number 2 at 225 is your tribal chief, Roman Reigns.
Sorry to laugh that loud, but
the man who's been running the world of wrestling for 5 years. Okay, cool.
Member.
Cool.
That title reign saved him.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been number 3, honestly.
Hold on, honey, because you
it was just that title reign.
And coming in at 226.5.
By 1 point?
By 1
Courtney,
point.
It's your fault. You and these have. I love you, sis, but I'm blaming you for this.
That was crazy. I think I voted John a 7 on one of those categories too.
I sure did too.
Oh my
Unreal.
God.
Man, that's just based on.
It makes sense.
It's a
It does. It
conspiracy.
makes perfect sense.
Yes.
He absolutely is. Like,
yeah.
I have a closing statement.
Dion, your thoughts on the total?
Preach, brother. Say your piece.
This should have been like the easiest thing to do.
Nah.
Like
it
legitimately.
was. I mean, look. Can I if I could be serious, if I could be serious for a moment.
Lance Storm.
All right,
I
Lance
can be
Storm.
serious.
Be serious for a moment.
That needs to be a clip. If I could be serious for a moment.
If we are talking about, let's say this was the last time we saw all three Shield members, like this week, kind of like how they banned TikTok and then it came back again. Let's just leave it at that.
I like that way.
Appreciate that. It ended how it started from this count. Let's not forget, Jon Moxley was the leader of the Shield. He was the United States champion. Seth and Roman were the tag champs. He was the front man. He was the mouthpiece. Remember that. Both of them didn't talk. He was the only one that talked. He was the only one that held the singles title. And even between the two of them, everyone looked to say, yo, Roman is going to be that next guy. And Seth did what he had to do to try to keep up. Throughout their entire careers, that has happened. That has been the same trajectory. And if you look at it now with these results, the more decorated superstar, Jon Moxley, the MVP of the group, Roman Reigns, the bridesmaid, Seth Rollins. None of these monikers are wrong, but it is just like how they placed them and how they betted on them. It's just how the trajectory of their careers went. And you can't, and we, it's just something that can't be denied. Roman is the favorite. Jon Moxley is the more completed one, and Seth is always gonna be the little brother.
Put all three of them in a group right now as their current gimmicks. In a ring, standing all three together. Would they still rank the same way?
To be honest with you, you will probably get a huge Jon Moxley pop if you're really going for that. That's the thing. I barely watch AEW, but I know when this dude comes out, these fuckers go wild.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing that in Japan. So think about it. He's doing that in more stadiums than they are. He's headlined different versions of WrestleMania than they have. Because what is their big one? Is it All Out or is it
All In? All In's their biggest
All
show.
In. And he headlined that. Hasn't he been a part of Wrestle Kingdom?
I would think so, because one of the events that he did last year, he won the IWGP Championship for the first time, and the fans went nuts.
I'm proud of you, Courtney.
Yes, I graduated.
And that ain't no easy title to win. That is not an easy title for an American to win, to where, Japan sees you as the top champion.
Yep.
That's understandable, man.
And it helps their partnership with New Japan and AEW for someone from their brand to go over and win their top prize.
So that's why I say that is what elevated. And you know what it would have, if Moxley wouldn't have achieved even all of what he achieved in WWE as Dean Ambrose. Like, I will agree with you to this deal. Was it the strongest character out of all of them? No. But it was strong enough for the company to say, hey, I think we're going to put this title on you multiple times. We're gonna let you be the longest reigning United States champion. So he's the first one to have a streak. And Roman's the second. Even as far as matches go, I might be wrong on this,
No, I think I am wrong on this, but I'll say it anyway. I think he may have been one of the first to face Brock Lesnar in a match. I think I may be wrong on that one.
Let's see. Let's find out.
What Mania was that? That was Dallas, right?
That was Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
No. He had Brock. Yeah, because San Francisco happened before Dallas, and Roman had faced him. So yeah, never mind. He faced him. Yeah. He was one of the last to face him. But tag team champion, intercontinental champion as well. He's held all the same titles that they have held, plus more now.
He also won Money in the Bank too.
So did they.
Achieved every accolade. Like to your point, Dia, it's just not as shiny. But at the end of the day, that's the one we know. Okay, this is the one that been sat longer and is more durable. Because now let me ask you this: like you said, put the three of them here. Could Roman survive in New Japan?
I think he could thrive there. Given this character that he has now, he do better than the big dog character at this point in time in his career for that title. I think that's the thing. Like we get into like the minutia of ranking them like we did. Again, for me, you saw my ranking, you saw my points. I thought I shortchanged them a lot, but I'm not naive enough to like not understand his impact.
Yeah.
But if we're just thinking about from my end of what I watch, what I consume, where I see wrestling, and even the other things throughout wrestling, like Roman and Seth we always talk about WWE on this biggest stage. It's the show. And they've been able to do that at the show for longer. Like the Shield started when, man, it's been one hell of a run for all three of them from a career standpoint. But it was always WWE. Granted, the world of wrestling is large, but it's always that WWE effect. And he was there to start it off. Didn't work out for him. He might take that same journey as McIntyre and Cody did, and wind up coming back and becoming an even bigger mainstream sort of persona from that too. But it was just, for me, preferences, type of wrestling, I don't fully enjoy it from Ambrose. But that's just I don't personally enjoy it. Yeah. But Roman, the last stuff he's done over the last few years, and the stuff he's had to go through, the bad stuff, along with Dean Ambrose with the lunatic stuff. That lunatic lariat, the dumbest move in wrestling. I'm glad Seth brought that up, that move up earlier. But yeah, like
I'll be quiet.
Seth and Roman does it for me, man.
And again, I get it, but I also know too it's the consistency of it. So I think the one thing that just steps over is the fact of, like you said, the WWE is big, and it can show you can be if you're at the top, then you're big. Dean Ambrose was that. So now also too to add to that fact of, now that I show you I can be big in WWE in the big time, let me show you how I can go be big in another big one, because Japan is, I'm not gonna say equally as big, but Japan has definitely has a rich culture and a lot of history there, where for some people that is their WWE for them.
Yeah, but even being able to elevate WWE, like that's not an easy task to do either. And Roman and Seth have both sort of taken that on to elevate that as well. So I know we get like that. We get into the rankings of it.
The same can be argued for AEW, because everybody said, AEW be closed in 2 years. Didn't they just celebrate 5?
And January 1st was 6 years. They installed.
And Moxley's been there for 5 years. Yeah. Has he main evented their consistent WrestleMania? What's their WrestleMania, Courtney?
All In, she just said.
All in.
And he's always been there.
Has he main evented?
He was there.
Has he main evented everyone though?
Yeah. And so to have it to where we can even be having the conversation that WWE is looking at AEW, we can always say that it may not be true or anything like that, but the fact that we're able to have that conversation, you wouldn't have that without him. And to me, I don't think Roman nor Seth could do that if they were in WWE. From the simple points that, one, you don't have a whole bunch of people writing for you. You don't have people doing character development for you. This is John having to come up with his stuff and tell it how it is. So again, like you said, if you put them in the ring together today, who would it be? Now we have to ask the question, cool, but what ring are we in?
Right.
If we're in a WWE ring, we know who's standing in the middle.
Yeah.
If we're in an AEW ring, we know who's standing in the middle.
Yeah,
what you get no shine, damn.
What you see when they separated, because then Dean was on the left and Roman was in the middle.
My boy Seth can get no shine, man. But
I mean,
it's okay.
I mean, what's crazy is something CM Punk said on Monday Night Raw. You are a prisoner of the prison you built. And that's what it is, because you let yourself get pigeonholed by these other two people. And every moment and move that you've taken still connects to them. Like, you've still yet to break free and be just Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
Because there's always that thing held over you that, well, you know, the tribal chief is better than you. Even with the championships. They didn't take the championship off Roman and give it to Seth. They had to give Seth a whole title. In the world heavyweight title, which we know, at the end of the day, as cruel as it sounds, is the secondary championship.
But at least they gave it to a person who could help add a bit of prestige to that title. You know, like make it legitimate, pretty much, you know?
And that's exactly what he did.
And what punches that in the face? But what punches that in the face? Roman did it with a title that was irrelevant.
How long?
Nobody gave a shit about the Universal title.
How long was it? Because they changed the strap, right? It was red and then it went blue.
Then it went, yeah. Then
for like 2 years.
Yeah, then he ran with it, and then because that's his title reign, not the WWE Championship. He's the longest reigning Universal Champion. Then he beat Brock for the title, for the WWE title. Then that's when they combined them to be the undisputed Universal Championship. But again, that was a title that again was a secondary title to the WWE title, and over 1,300 days, outdoes Seth having the world heavyweight title. Sorry, Seth.
I hear you.
I just want to.
I'll still sing your song, Seth. I'll still sing it loud.
I was laughing at something earlier. I just opened my phone, and this is hysterical.
TikTok now.
Oh my god!
Shout out to.
I got a lot left.
Shout out to.
I got a lot left in the tank.
Yo.
Shout out to Chris Van VA. That shit was so funny. He posted.
Because I know he watched
it.
Yo, because I know he watched this. Hold on. Yo, Mark Henry, you have to go into the Royal Rumble this year and do that to John.
Oh my god.
Same words, everything. Matter of fact, do that to him. And if AJ Styles could be there, I don't know if his injury is gonna let him be there, but that would be hilarious as hell to see you body slam John. I still got left in the tank.
He should have gotten that win, man. That fake retirement was too special to let ride out like that.
That was crazy.
That was
yes.
Mark, man. From nation to Mark's been great.
To now the current CEO of All Caribbean Wrestling, our amazing spot.
Yo, but that what it was one of the theme songs he had. Yo, I just could not stop laughing at that.
Was it Sexual Chocolate?
Sexual Chocolate.
It's sexual, baby. I'm gonna give it all to you. Yeah, right on.
Oh my god.
Wait, WWE Volume 4. It was the green and black. The green and black CD.
My love is growing.
Moans when they came in. It was just the moans. I'm like,
oh.
I remember being a kid.
Just you and
I remember being a kid playing that album, and I knew Test was number 4. So then that Sexual Chocolate would be on next, and I had to run to skip it before my parents thought I was listening to some freaky shit.
I can't believe I remembered some of that.
Yeah. It's sexual, baby.
I'll give it all to you. Yeah, right on.
Yeah. So good, so good. Shout out.
I don't know who thought they was in their bag recording that, boy, but you knew they was feeling themselves.
Yeah.
They was like, yo, this was
I cannot. Oh shit.
Oh man.
Sexual chocolate.
Shout out. Oh man.
What did you think of the Shield debate, sir?
I mean, very entertaining from that standpoint. The 0.5 assassin taking
Legend on this.
But no, it was great, man. I mean, it was good to see everybody's viewpoints on how we sort of perceive these three, because no knock on any of them, because I can't, like, again, Moxley isn't for me, but you can't deny everything that they've done in the world of wrestling, from being a group together to going out on their own to sort of carving lanes for themselves. But it was good to see Barry Page. It was good to see. It was good to see or hear everybody's viewpoints on how we perceive everybody in that Shield. So, but yeah, good for wrestling though. All three of them have been good for wrestling.
I will. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I will say you cannot tell the story of pro wrestling without the Shield. Period. Honestly, you can't tell the story of John Moxley without Dean Ambrose. You can't tell the story of Seth Rollins without Tyler Black. You can't tell the story of Big Dog Roman Reigns to, Joanna White. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't tell it without any of them.
That man's name is Joe.
Speaking of the best theme songs, we had a question like early on in it about.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
He asked us who back in the gap would make a good back in the day. It's not big. Yeah. He had a question. What wrestler from back in the day that was not big would be big if they debuted now? His answer: D'Lo Brown.
Boy, that chest protector D'Lo was great, man. The Rock gave it to him because he was injured, and it ended up being a weapon.
Yep.
Loved it.
Yo, my only thing with D'Lo Brown was every time he walked down the ramp, it just looked
so
like
good.
But it looked like he had just did cocaine.
Oh my goodness.
And
D'Lo was great.
Yo, he on it. He on the booger sugar tough right now.
another good fucking theme song. You looking at the real deal now.
Oh yeah, D'Lo.
Go take your song. Yes, out on the street.
I'm trying to think. Ahmed Johnson was a big character back then, right? So I can't really use him.
Ahmed Johnson, oof, blast from the past.
You know what?
Ken Scorpio might be. Oh, Shamrock.
I think
Too Cold Scorpio would be killing right now.
Too Cold Scorpio would be killing, especially in AEW.
Well, we seeing Jacob doing a moonsault like that. Let's imagine Too Cold Scorpio wasn't a small man.
No.
Doing 450 splashes.
Does Psycho Sid count?
He was big, man. He may have been at WrestleMania, man.
Okay, that's why I was like, does he count as? Yeah, okay, never mind. Juventud Guerrero.
The juice would be loose. Yeah, the juice.
And Psychosis. Him and Psychosis.
The juice, man.
Right there. Let me see who else. Hey, he eventually became big though. But I think he would have became even bigger today if Rob Van Dam had debuted now.
Oh wow, yeah,
huge.
But he was big already, but like now, he'd have been killing it.
You know, if not, because I think he passed away. But Sean O'Hare, I think you put him in any era.
Yeah,
he was big, just
big,
agile. He should not have been that agile.
Man, you know who else would have done good? Bret Hart. He debuted today, he'd be killing it. He be killing it. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Oh, would you look at? Oh, wait. Oh, it's no. Unfortunately.
Hey,
You raggedy bitch. You raggedy bitch.
hey, sit the fuck down, Funaki.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
Come on.
Oh, I hear that shit.
Congratulations. Oh. Oh.
Listen, go forward.
It's just so much funnier because it's true. He'd be great. Oh no, you mentioned them earlier. Test would be
Test would be so
Test.
good.
Yeah, Test for sure.
Test would be dope.
R.I.P.
I mean, there's some women who too like. Well, Jackie was a world champion, but
Jazz
would thrive
right now.
Oh yeah, because I know with Jazz, she had to suffer a few injuries here and there, and she did do women's champion. But for her now to take it to that next level,
She'd be like, yo, her versus Athena.
Oh,
would be insane. Would be insane. Actually, there's a lot of those women now that you think about it. Like
Gail Kim, like she would
Oh,
thrive
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, even as late as like Victoria, like I know they were wrestling a little bit more then, but today she would thrive.
What was the chick that won Tough Enough? Ashley. Y'all remember kind of like the rocker looking chick?
Ashley?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't she get into WWE?
She was in WWE. I think she won Tough Enough one year. Blonde hair. She kind of met an unfortunate end and stuff like that. But
yes, I was gonna say, yeah. At RIP, another one, Ashley.
Yeah, I don't know how to say the last name too well.
Massaro.
Yeah, I think she'd have done good today, especially with the way everything's going nowadays. I'm trying to think who was so big.
That's the thing. Like we're thinking like mid carders too, or people who just didn't get their shot. But it's like, could you see them as a world champion too? Could you see D'Lo as a world champion today? Or will he still be intercontinental?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard. That's
very hard.
He'd still be that. Kim Shamrock would definitely be a world champion.
Yeah. Test would definitely be
Test would definitely be a world champion. Who else? Yo, hey, X-Pac. X-Pac would have definitely became one.
This kind of was in my mind because for some odd reason, what about Raven? Because this actually cut in my mind the last Raven.
Yes, Raven with fire now. Him versus Malachi Black.
Yeah.
Whoo!
Let's not even get started on the topic of Malachi Black, okay?
Yeah,
he's on his way back, right?
He's coming home, so it's okay. He's coming home.
Speaking of which, oh my God, that's right. The post I was telling you guys about earlier, where they were talking about a few potential Royal Rumble surprises.
Oh yeah, that's right,
bro. Shout outs to Ace of Pro Wrestler, because that's where I found the thread.
And I would say before you start, the other one, British Bulldog. British Bulldog.
Oh, British Bulldog.
But I feel like he was big though.
Yeah.
All right, well, he was big, but not that big. Well, okay.
I mean, his time got cut short. So I think had he stayed alive, I think he would have been a successful one. I'm even saying just like even at a debut now, I think he would do great.
Yeah.
Well, didn't he have, I don't know for sure, like a few like substance problems and things like that? Because he came back. He went over to WCW and then he came back like what, 99 or something like that. And he was fighting his demons then too.
Yeah, the roids did not help.
Did not help.
Taz could definitely be AEW champion. Al Snow would be dope. Steve Blackman would be dope, but I don't think they would pass mid card even today. I think Al Snow would be a great like party favor wrestler.
Mhm.
But yes, surprises, honey. Who were the surprises?
So I found online there's this page I follow called Ace of Pro Wrestling. Shout outs to them. They have a thread of possible surprise Rumble entrants with the 3-second countdown and their music hitting. Would you like to know who each one is?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So for number 10, of course, Randy Orton, the obvious. Number 9, Alexa Bliss.
I'm not quite sure how.
I'm not talking to you. AJ Styles, but I don't think that's going to be possible due to the tough injury that he's dealing with. Asuka, who's somebody who's been real quiet and name hasn't really been mentioned lately. Number 6, Joe Hendry, which is one you've been predicting.
I just thought
he'll be there.
That'd be her second time like coming back in the Royal Rumble because she did that last year. I think she had made a return.
Was it last year?
I think it may have been either last year or 2 years ago. But I remember at the Rumble because she came out, they were surprised she took the bags.
And she had the dark mist. That's when she did the heel on us.
And that was at Royal Rumble. She had just came back. So that'd be wild if she come back again at Royal Rumble.
Number 5 is Charlotte Flair, being that we also just saw a vignette of her.
Yeah.
She's very active on social media. Queen is coming back. Number 4, Becky Lynch. Number 3, my personal favorite, Aleister Black, but not sure what kind of contract talks are still in order or what's still going on with AEW. But the way that I will cry tears of joy when I hear that music hit back in WWE back home, I'm going to be so elated. I'm going to be so.
Because is his contract just up? Like, what's the deal there?
He wants out. I think he has like a year and some change left on it. I'm not sure, but Tony's gonna be Tony. I already feel it. But I know that Triple H, and it's been said, I think it was via Fightful online, that Triple H and WWE have been making it a priority to try to get him back because they want the Triple H has always looked at Aleister as that guy in the future. And if they don't act on it soon enough, they might miss that boat. They were going with it in NXT, but yeah, I need it. I fucking need it. You need it. Number 2, AJ Lee. As we all know,
they don't want to bring Christmas early for me. They don't want to do that.
I mean, hey, Pop Rocks and AJ Lee, let's go.
Oh, listen, I'm gonna lose.
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna lose my shit.
Number 1, they put Big E.
I mean, we talked about it before though. Like
we have talked about this, but I have a personal honorable mention. What if it was the Limitless one? If not Big E. Where's Keith Lee?
Is he not still on the AEW roster? Is he contract up? Is his contract up or something?
Not sure any updates, but I haven't seen any updates. Unless anybody in the chat, feel free to chime in if anybody knows anything. But I haven't personally seen anything about Keith Lee in quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest miss for a long time. Like that was unfortunate.
Nah, Keith Lee's still on the website.
On AEW?
Yep, he is still on the website. I like their superstar roster list. That's dope.
When's the last time he's been on TV?
I don't even remember.
Wow, nah, it's been quite some time. He ain't really been on there since the clip we do play where we go accusations, false accusations. He ain't been on there since.
Interesting.
Or this one.
You a big motherfucker.
Rick Ross here to mediate this meeting between.
Y'all remember how
those writers y'all talked about? That's why. So, so those writers y'all talked about not having, you know, that's why.
I remember when I heard that pop when his music hit and Brock Lesnar was in that ring. I was like, "Oh, Brock Lesnar, you're out of here. You're out. You're getting out of here." But
oh my god,
man, that would have went so differently had it been Triple H. That would have went so differently. Because to be honest, I think Brock would have took that.
I think so too.
I think Brock took that.
You can tell the way he was looking at him. Like,
who is this big motherfucker? Like, yeah.
Brock Lesnar was gonna do business, man. Like, yeah,
man. They mad, dog. They did that boy dirty, man. They did
Bearcat.
Bearcat Keith Lee.
That sounds like a Vince thing. You're gonna be the Bearcat. Like that.
You're gonna wear Bret Hart colors. You're gonna put stripes on your leotard. And you're gonna come out as the Bearcat. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Why would they do? Why? Everything he had worked just fine.
No, it was. I don't know what it was during that time, and don't nobody ever want to talk about it. But like, some reason Vince just was like, "Yo, fuck NXT. I don't like none of it."
Yes, absolutely.
We did not like NXT.
But you know why? Like, right?
He never even watched an episode. Like that's
like Pete Dunne was a package deal. That shit was ready to be shipped in the main roster. And he was like, nah, your name is gonna be Butch, and we're gonna put you with Sheamus. We're gonna put you in a group. I was like, who the fuck is this?
Dude, there were so many times where for NXT had better events, especially when they ran the same weekend.
Better than WWE at one point.
Yes, it was. Black and Gold brand was killing it.
Triple H kids, man, like those were like his kids, his wrestlers of the future, and Vince didn't touch them at all to get them to where, like, if they go on camera, they're excited because we know we watched NXT. They weren't Vince's creation.
Now that you say it, I know when the downfall started, and y'all gonna start remembering this too. Right after Survivor Series, when they had NXT Invasion. After that, that's when shit started going sideways because I don't think it went the way Vince wanted to because everybody was saying NXT should have won Survivor Series.
Yep, especially the way they rolled in there.
Yep, it was like NXT should have won, and Keith Lee should have been the sole survivor. Yeah, it's like and then two
pinned Roman Reigns.
Yeah, that's how much the superstars I think we're down to do that. And even so, like what even was even more messed up, and this is when Brock was on this BS too, because that's the same time we didn't get the triple threat match for the championships. Because they didn't want to face Adam Cole because they was like, nah, I don't want to face somebody inexperienced. I'm like, Adam Cole has been wrestling for years. What are you talking about?
Yes.
He's been wrestling almost damn near as much as you have. Like,
right. Period.
And tried to destroy NXT with NXT 2.0. Like, just tried to like
shit. Like,
try to destroy it. Like,
granted, without that, we wouldn't have gotten the rise of our lovely Roxanne Perez.
No, we still got that.
I mean, well,
we still got that.
I don't think she would have been able to capitalize off of it as much as she did, though. Like,
no, she would have. I'm looking at the women's division, and during that time, the women's division, that major class was starting to leave. So you'd have still got it, even if we didn't went straight from black and gold to black and silver. You'd have still had that because all of those reset. Like everybody that we know from the women's division, they had already went to the main roster.
Yeah, because that's why he got Braun Breaker too. So that was his coming out.
I kind of didn't agree with that whole transition, man, because it was just like you said. Well, it was basically Vince saying "fuck NXT."
Yeah,
like, it was like, damn, bro, you're gonna do Ciampa like that? You're gonna do, a lot. Like everybody pretty much who moved up.
They weren't his creations, man. Like they had Triple H's stamp on
Adam Cole like that and Johnny Gargano. Like you're gonna shit on them just because they're not your big, muscular, meaty guys. Like they're not
even look what you did to the muscular, meaty guy.
Freaking dude, look, Ricochet. Malachi, like Velveteen Dream,
Carrying cross.
carrying fucking cross,
We're gonna make you a Spartan. You're gonna wear a Spartan helmet and come out.
carrying
Farouk showing up for the
cross,
first time.
and now look at him though. But now,
what are we doing? Like, what the fuck was that?
That's a shame, man. Like, he saw all of them stamped by Triple H and said no.
That's pretty messed up. It's just like,
you think you better than me, Hunter? You think you better than me? I'll take all your little kids and change this shit up.
Hunter was probably dead ass like, yeah, I am.
And look what happened.
Because you could just imagine Vince and even like fucking meetings. And this is how you knew it was just like, yo, bro, it's time for you to go. Like, just imagine y'all sitting here and y'all just pitching this shit, be like, listen, after what Kofi Kingston just did at Elimination Chamber, look, he is red hot. We on the road to WrestleMania. And I think having a Coffee Mania moment run will bring in numbers. I think we could get ad sales behind it. Daniel Bryan loves the idea. Coffee loves the idea. I think we should pull the trigger on this so that we can run this for a good, legitimate championship run where he can Randy Orton to where we had a veteran skills, also some redemption from some of the things that was done when he was younger in his career. I think we can have a legitimate title run. Here go Vince. Okay, but then we're going to let Brock Lesnar beat him in 6 seconds, and then he's going to be the champ, and then we'll get back to everything else.
Wow.
Could you, like...
Did you just hear what the fuck we just said? Like, what?
Okay. So, I feel like most of us been there where you have something that needs to get approved by a higher up, right? You're like, this is a job you hired me for. Here's the idea that I have. I've laid the whole entire plan out here. And they take a look at it. And then a week later, you hear something completely different, or you get that back with all red marks on it, like a test of some sort, where your entire original plan is completely gone. And you have to make chicken salad out of chicken, you know what.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I feel like the writers are. That's how I feel like creative was at the time. And on top of that, being like, even if something did get approved, getting a phone call like a night before saying like, hey, we need to change this, or hey, we need to do this. Like, we just worked on this for a week, and you got to change the entire thing in a day.
No, not even a day, bro. Like you giving it grace.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
like hours or minutes.
2 minutes before you finna go out. Yep. I'll give you a prime example. Y'all remember when Brock won Money in the Bank?
Yep.
You know that what's happening?
He knew right before he went out the curtain.
Mustafa Ali was supposed to win Money in the Bank that year.
He talks about that in his interview with Chris.
And right when he was at the curtain, it was like, oh, hey, by the way, we're going to let Brock Lesnar win Money in the Bank. Like, what the fuck just happened in the last day that just changed that? Well, you know, Brock was texting me and sent me a funny meme, and I just thought it was funny. You know, it'd be funny if we made you Money in the Bank, you treated it like a what's the thing them black kids be having on their shoulders to play music?
Boombox.
Yeah.
If I was there at that time as a wrestler or talent, I would run through Gorilla, man. Like, a 9 to my music hit, I'm running from curtain to curtain. Because I don't want to be told anything in between, or if waiting there was like, hey, I think we're going to change this. No. My music's hit, I'm already out there. But then they'll tell the ref, like, hey, this is what's going to happen. Tell him.
Yeah, because that's what happened with Brett and that Wendy lady. I'm saying, you know, once you get in the ring, that changed. And I'm saying that's messed up.
All Brett had to do was do business, man. That's life would be a whole lot different, I feel like.
That's probably the one thing I don't agree with about Brett. He was a little too stubborn.
Very, because especially if you see the
documentary. I understand why. Whatever
you lose at home?
Nah, you could that all of that.
Yeah, it was all because of Vince. It was all for Vince. Like, he was just sticking it to Vince. After a while,
that's your pride, and that's you not paying attention. That's another reason why I talk shit about him too, is because of people like you. Because of the fact of you had people who gave a fuck about you, your career, and how you inspired them. And you refuse to look at the writing on the wall. You refuse to even look at your fans to see how the world was changing. And you could have been one of them factors to change. Like we've said this, and I've said this in front of Honey. I was like, yo, I think it would have been great to be a flagship of going against the Attitude Era while you're there.
Because he was doing that a little bit with the character that he was in. Like, that's why he went against Stone Cold, right? Like, that's why he turned heel there.
I was like,
violence and gratuitous nudity and whatnot. Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, no, you could have really rolled with that though to keep all of this going to figure out what's the next step in your evolution as Bret Hart.
But that money was good in WCW, man. That's a damn good deal. Like,
yeah, but for what?
I think with the mix of also not accepting the fact that the wrestling world was changing, also with the fact that he knew that he was being outshined by others in the locker room, also with the fact that he lost his brother in that same business, also with the fact that he got screwed by peers and his boss, and it was someone he trusted and worked and poured his heart and soul into, since he's got there. His family had a big reputation there, so it's like he was trying. I understand why he went and made that decision, but he probably should have thought about it because it didn't go well once he went to WCW. But he could have ran with something if they didn't capitalize off of shitting on WWE all the time. And that's where I feel AEW falters a little bit as well. It's like, if you just focus on making your fucking product and not worried about what your competition is doing, that's why WWE ended up being so successful in the first place. Tony Khan, like, take note. Like, Vince didn't worry about his competition. He wanted to beat them. Like, he didn't care about exactly what they were doing necessarily. Like, and as long as you don't focus, and even your wrestlers, like, don't have them calling out your wrestlers on your promotion when they're not really allowed to say anything or anything like that. But it's like, if y'all stop focusing on that, y'all be able to put out better product and make more consistent storylines going forward.
Well, I mean, this is what happens though when Tony Khan is a little bitch. And let me say why I say it like that. And it shows. You don't allow your team to talk to your wrestlers, and that shows. A lot of them are very unpolished superstars who have the potential to be superstars. Like, I'm just looking at this roster. Like, the fact Kazuchika Okada is not the brand face of some product in Japan that's selling out stores because you don't have a PR team that focuses on your stars. You don't have creatives that work on them. You don't have them that's going to write their promos for them, show them what their next steps can be. Why? Because you're too scared to tell them, because a lot of these don't want to go through that. They know what they're doing. They know what they want. I don't want to have to go through all that. I don't want to have to be put through some machine and polish into this product.
But that's alternative, right?
Yeah, but that's where it falls short.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it falls short, because you don't have where you step up to say, like, what's their names? The current tag team champions right now. Private Party. If you had put the PR on Private Party, the writing on Private Party, the whole machine that is needed to make Private Party a sustainable tag team that you can promote and bring in numbers, because they'll actually listen to it. They'll actually take it. They're not going to be here like some of these folks that's been here for years in the game, like a Kenny Omega, or even like a Big Bill, or even like a Chris Jericho, that's just like, you're given this reign of, hey, you do what you want to do. It's like, no, fuck that. Look, this is what we need to be able to get us to all in.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to do that, then I'm going to go to some of these other cats and we're going to work them in. And you're not shaping it like that. You're just allowing the kids to run the damn daycare.
There's not a plan, essentially, is what there's not a plan for to evolve. When you were talking, Will, it made me think DCU and the MCU, or DCEU. Same concept, right? Essentially the same concept.
Yes.
Marvel came out, did it perfectly. Wrote a roadmap to that. Yes, you want to be different, but there's a roadmap in place. by people who've done it and been successful. How about I just look at this roadmap and sort of see what they take? And fans, obviously, if they would have taken the same road, I think we all would have been happy either way. Same with AEW and WWE. If it's a success and we like it, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Right.
Yes, you're an alternative. I get it. Yep. But there's a blueprint. Follow that blueprint. You don't have to do everything to the T. You can evolve it, but it's there. It's there for you to use. And you got enough people who have been within WWE system and wrestling for decades. Use them. Use a JR. Use whoever else is in the back.
You had Mark Henry there.
Yeah,
use
those people. Yeah, use those people.
Arn Anderson is like, yo.
Arn left and showed up at backstage.
You brought in Kevin Von Erich of the Von Erichs.
Like you have all these avenues, you got to use them, man. Like
and yet still, Ricky Stark is not on fucking television. Like,
don't get me started with Ricky.
That's what I'm like. Yo, what are we doing? Like you have Ring of Honor, and no one knows where to watch that or how to watch it.
The only reason I knew about it was Athena. That's it.
That's it.
See, yeah.
And you don't even push that, because to be honest with you, outside of like I'd even say it's neck and neck now as far as just this current career wise, but Athena
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Athena is the bigger women's star than both Mercedes and Mariah.
And I was just gonna say that's what needs to happen. She needs to Athena needs to bring her beautiful dominating ass over to AEW and beat Mercedes' ass.
That's why it's a good thing I was not on it the week that you guys did about Sherry, because I actually put a lot of layers to this, because it wasn't more about Mercedes. She didn't talk about the brand AEW. That's the thing that really made me upset. And it's like, why the hell are you not pushing Mariah May, who is your women's champion that has a top tier prize within that?
Because that's not what they're booking her for. The problem is they're booking her as Mercedes Moné, the entertainer. You're not pushing it as the wrestler. So the people that are getting her booked ain't AEW, it's her people. Those are the ones that are reaching out. Those are the ones that's having her come here. So because a few of my friends have done interviews with her, and they have to bring up something about AEW. Otherwise, it is just about her. So it let us. It was like, no, her people are the ones that hit us directly to say like, yo, they want to have her on the show. And we was like, yeah, let's do it. And she brings those titles on to be able to show AEW. But AEW's not paying to bring these people on to promote their stuff. And that's the sad part about it. So it's just like, even while they say like, representing the brand and everything like that, how when the brand ain't even pushing you out?
Yeah.
Even your charity shit, you barely push out. I'm like, yo, I should be seeing y'all donating to these motherfucking things almost every other match in between. I should see that commercial like when WWE does it. When they what it was, Connor's Cure, when they was doing Connor's Cure, you saw this shit every fucking where.
Or at least get behind a cause that like something like that. I'm sure they have some sort of.
No, they do. They do the toy drives, but I'm that.
Yeah, I mean, they had one right before their press conference for their show in Dallas, right? Like, I think they just recently did one.
They did.
But like, if you didn't go looking for it, you didn't see it. And I get it. It's charity. Sometimes you do want to promote it. Sometimes you don't. But as a company as their size,
they should have promoted
it. From a PR standpoint, you need to promote that.
Prince Nana got his own coffee. How is that not? How you y'all not go in and make a commercial to start pushing that out?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, yo, like you took an organization or letting them go on tour and just letting them show up to just do this stuff, rather than going, hey, we're gonna start investing in y'all to build y'all as bigger product to push out to people so we can bring in more revenue, bring in us to go to bigger stages. And it's like you are missing the market, and you got so many people that can dominate in doing that. Like Powerhouse Hobbs should definitely be pushing something from Gatorade or some kind of protein bar. And he's not.
You don't have your TNT champion. And I said this on my watch along that I don't know if he's a basketball fan or not. He could have been on the NBA on TNT, and that's your TNT champion. Like, you could have had at least some crossover.
The only time I think they've done that was at the beginning of it, where I think they set up a ring on inside the NBA. Inside the NBA. I think Jericho was there. I think that was at the beginning. I just read or saw tickets. This is their first time in Atlanta. They're coming up like next month or whatever. That's gonna be their first time back in Atlanta in 5 years.
Wow.
So the time that I've been in Atlanta, they have never come to like Atlanta. They've done outside like Duluth, like around the perimeter, outside the perimeter of Atlanta, but they've never been here, like at a State Farm, or well, they're not even doing State Farm. They're doing Gas South, the other one, another stadium or arena, but you wouldn't know. Like you wouldn't know. And TNT, this is TNT country. You know what I mean? This is strong Superstation country, and there's nothing up, not even billboards anymore.
Yeah,
in the city.
Bro, how was Orange Casting now that got a sponsorship with Waffle House? That'd be the greatest sponsorship ever.
But it just goes to show, man. Like, it just goes to show there's none, like, there's not a plan. I would love to know, like, their PR again. Done college athletics, I get it, but there's got to be a plan somewhere, man. There's got to be meetings at the beginning of the year, quarter, half, I don't know. Figure out, like, where can we make this other money outside of wrestling? Hell, sell the mat like WWE did if you need to, and have a wrestler be an endorsement for that or endorser for that, like Slim Jim, like something. I don't know.
Man, it's just breaking some of this stuff up. Like if I would have been honest with both of these, I know you got Dynamite and I think it's still Collision left, right?
Collision.
I'd have got rid of all of that. I would have stuck with AEW's Dynamite Wednesdays, Ring of Honor Friday. I'm gonna take these whole brands. We're gonna split this shit up. A big group of y'all are gonna go there. A big group of y'all are gonna go here.
Because their roster's huge, man. They're paying a lot of people.
Huge.
But being able to do that, book it with significant matches that elevate these people, that highlight your stars. Like the fact that Samoa Joe is in Twisted Metal and don't nobody know that shit is insane. Like y'all not promoting that. Y'all not promoting that he's in season 2. Season 2 is wrapped. It's about to drop.
Which is wild because it's on Peacock. And I don't know if they addressed him as like former WWE superstar Samoa Joe.
They don't mention it at all.
Like in a trailer or something.
How is AEW not letting that happen? It's because he don't do the voice. They focus on the dude that's doing the voice.
Oh, he doesn't do the voice? That's not him?
No, that's Will Arnett.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
Wow.
That's Will Arnett talking.
Really? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, they just use Samoa's body.
That makes it even funnier now.
Honey,
that makes the character even better.
I'm thinking about a question that was posted here.
Oh, okay.
I'm really interested in what
female version of the Shield.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, who would I put the women's version of the Shield? I got 2. I just need one more.
I got Zarya. Zarya should definitely be in the Shield.
If I had to come up with 3 though. Because I'm thinking about and I'm thinking all time too. Like I'm thinking.
I thought we were thinking with current.
Yeah.
No, I'm not just thinking current. I'm thinking like throughout.
Hold on. Is Sage D means Super Shredder? Is that what we're talking about? Sage D? The Kevin Nash Samoa Joe?
Yes.
Super Shredder, yo. I remember when I found out about that. I used to I used to love making that my fun fact.
I hated that ending, man.
Yeah, it was so terrible.
You get Super Shredder and he's taken down by a pier. Come on.
The pier gave in. That's what happened.
After that badass fight scene from the first one. Yeah, man.
Oh. Okay, so he's talking about it has to be at their time where they debut. Ooh, okay. So what year was that?
It doesn't. It has to be at that time.
That's it.
Like, or he might mean like they're not, or he might mean they're not main roster.
No. He's right. It has to be during the time. Who was a debut in FC? Yeah, as far as female talent. So we gonna just say WWE roster in 2010.
Okay.
In 2010.
Yeah, he did say 2010. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So women, you got AJ, Oksana, Alicia Fox, Beth Phoenix, Brie Bella. Who else? Eve Torres, Gail Kim, Jillian Hall, Katie Lee Burchill, Kelly Kelly, Caitlin, Layla, Maria Kanellis, Marcy,
Michelle McCool.
Yeah, Michelle McCool, Maxine, Mickey James, Melina, Naomi, Natalia, Nikki Bella, Rose Mendez, Savannah, Serena Deb, Tamina, Tiffany, and that was it.
Two I broke down immediately, and it was Beth and Gail Kim. Not Gail Kim, right?
Yeah, Gail Kim is in there.
Okay.
She came back. Was that when she came back?
Gail Kim?
Yeah.
This one around, she still was here. She hadn't left yet.
Beth, Gail Kim, and
I'm going Tamina.
Oh, Tamina, that's good.
I was gonna say either.
Yeah.
I don't care what y'all say, but I was gonna say Tamina or Natalia, either or.
I went Beth, Gail, and Tamina.
Somebody got that on here.
Tamina.
They said Beth, Natalia, and Tamina.
Tamina, Beth, and Gail Kim.
Yeah.
Gail Kim would be the flashy Seth Rollins star, I feel like.
Yeah.
Well, Beth and Tamina are both powerhouses, so that would be ridiculous.
I'd be good with that one.
Yeah, I kind of like that pick.
That could be the more unhinged and like Dean Ambrose type.
No, not yet. She hadn't debuted yet. This is when AJ Lee kind of just got there.
Yeah. But if I'm talking like throughout, I was gonna have a nasty.
Yeah.
Talking throughout though, just for shits and giggles, I was gonna say like Chyna, Stephanie McCurr, and I don't know, Jada Parker or some shit like that. Like,
that's a mixture of personality that I would love to see.
Them fuckers gonna break up quick. They gonna break up
really quick.
Lord. Oh, that attitude.
Chicks, bro. Just give me
all that fucking attitude in there. Jeez.
Yeah, man.
I can already see Chyna punching Jada in the face.
That forearm.
I promise you, baby. Shut up. Shit.
Nah, wait. I take it back. Chyna, Jade, and Rhea Ripley. That's my shield. My women's shield.
Yeah, you're gonna be tossing women left and right.
Chyna,
men too.
And yeah, that would be fire. But yeah, good question. That was cool.
That was a fun one.
Nobody wants Liv Morgan in the Shield. I'm sorry.
She's the Kurt Angle.
The Kurt Angle.
Okay, it's time to go.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
All I know is your Shield pick got a whole lot of meat in that pick.
You have some tough ass chicks. I love it. I'm here for it.
Oh shit! I forgot about Karma. Dang, she was there too during that time.
Wow!
Oh my god!
Goodness, man. For how long again? Like, how long was she?
2010. Ugh. I had stopped watching for a little bit at this point.
Nah, it was this was the rough years right here. 2010 was rough.
It was rough.
Yeah, this was
I remember
she was off a little bit.
I remember she was awesome caught in TNA, like during her TNA days.
This was like this is when NXT had just popped off. Like the show. This is when like Brodus Clay and Byron Saxton was in NXT.
And Corey Graves was wrestling.
Yep.
Ooh.
This is when you had dashing Cody Rhodes.
When are we gonna get some
Dashing Cody
Graves
Rhodes.
news?
Dashing.
Any new news on Corey Graves yet?
I don't think anything's gonna come out about that.
Yeah, man.
They shut that shit right up.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the fact that people were thinking this was a work, I'm like, why we need a storyline for Corey Graves?
No.
Like, what's the deal here?
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to, if you were doing it between him and Pat McAfee, sure, or even or him having an initial return as a wrestler.
Yeah, but there's no indication of either at the moment, right?
Well, I'm saying, if it's a work, that's a good way to be able to keep it on the wraps.
Sort of parlay into it, yeah.
Yeah. But do I feel like that's something that they would be focusing on right now? No. No. Wow, I forgot Rhino was in here too. Not Rhino.
Yes.
Right back. Skip Sheffield.
Oh, Lord. Not Rhino.
But yeah, I still stand where I stand with Corey Graves thing. I'm like, listen, I get it. I get where you're coming from, but where it's sitting at, you just got to keep it real.
Mm-hmm.
Pat McAfee and Michael Cole are a great combination. Wade Barrett, Joe Tessitore are a great combination. I'm sorry that you're the Seth Rollins of commentary.
Hey, stop that, man.
I'm so sorry.
He was lead commentator for a few weeks on SmackDown, wasn't he?
Hey, man, listen. Everybody can carry through a pandemic era, too. That was his. I'm just saying, everybody has their pandemic.
Are we just going to throw Corey away like this, man?
No, I don't want you to, but it's just like, okay, what's your... If they're number one right there now, what does it look like? So that's the question I would ask. What would be the next thing for Corey Graves? Like, again, we got an all-star duo between these two on Raw and SmackDown that they want to run with, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But they're gonna have to find somebody else on Monday Night Raw for when Pat McAfee goes when college football season starts, right?
That's if he leaves. They still don't know if that's happening. Because apparently it's supposed to be there, like he's supposed to be there for a while on Raw while they on this Netflix run.
That thing, college football is we ain't starting up to August, September, man. So that's a long time.
Yeah, but you can always have Booker come back if Corey decides to not want to do that. What is that next step for you, especially too knowing that you could get back in the ring?
I don't know, man. I don't know where he feels out. I mean,
and that's
we saw where Byron Saxton went. We saw he's done that. If that's the case, that's the same road for Corey Graves, unfortunately.
Not necessarily, because I think Corey brings, and I hate to say it like this, but he brings more to the table than Byron Saxton does. Like, we know Byron Saxton wanted to be a wrestler. He does great as a reporter, but Corey brings a lot more from his podcast to his commentary skills. There's more of a personality that is very marketable within Corey Graves with what he currently has right now. Byron Saxton could get that, but again, if he knows where his strength is and if it's in interviewing, by all means, go for it. Because you've already been on a consistent show too with the bump. You've been there through all the stuff. You're consistently working.
That's so Will. You telling me I'm leaving I played in the World Series last year, and I'm back down to the minor leagues this season, man.
I mean, but again,
I contributed. I got a few hits. I caught a few balls.
But you're still on TV. You're still on TV. You didn't go to the back like Byron Saxton.
But it's where you started, though, Will. Is where you start. You're back at where you started.
Okay, so same for Sami Zayn. You headlined WrestleMania and now nothing. But hey, Sammy's still on TV, right?
True enough. But this is a commentator role, man. This is a voice that we hear every week. And we've consistently heard that voice every week and on big shows. And now nothing.
Everybody, no, it wasn't nothing. He made the choice of a nothing. because
yeah, sorry.
people are making it seem like NXT is just some downgrade or some shit.
It's
like
not.
that.
It's true, but
No.
book that commentary team is legit. It's locked.
All
It's to stay there.
So again, and that
Don't pull
and
me.
that-
Come on.
that's the dilemma, though. That is the dilemma. We found 3 solid pairings that work, and you just don't happen to fit into the mold anymore.
Maybe there's something that WWE's cooking up.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe.
he'll be a part of, and he'll be a lead something for.
Because I remember we said something, and I think Corey Graves would be dope. Remember when we was talking about bringing back that late night show that they used to have for WWE?
Yes.
That'd be dope. And if Corey Graves hosted it,
Yeah, if he hosted, or he could even do Saturday night main events as well.
Yeah,
and be on commentary for PLEs. Like,
so would he become an Okerlund? Is what we're saying, like to that level?
That or Jim Ross.
Because
I would
Okerlund never did.
consider him more under the caliber of like a Jerry Lawler, only because like he's a heel commentator.
Yeah.
But
and
he's a dad, you know, so maybe they're just I mean, not that really has much to do with anything, but I'm just saying, like, you want more time with your family and more flexibility. That who's to say that won't be the case?
Is this statement? Oh, sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, was this statement true with a new NXT show?
Oh, I can see it, especially with WWE ID. I could definitely see it evolve coming.
Lead commentator for NXT Evolve, and that could be the next live show for NXT on the CW on Thursdays.
Oh,
as a second chauffeur TV show.
Jeez.
But don't they still? I mean, Level Up, is that still going?
No, they shut that down.
Level Up's not going anymore. Okay.
No more Level Up.
Yeah, no more Level Up.
I've enjoyed Corey Graves. That's all.
I have, and I'm not taking that away from him.
Some more than Pat McAfee at times. That's it. Just
I like Pat McAfee when he's with Michael. Because it balances out. When it was Pat McAfee and Corey, Pat McAfee was getting on my nerves. I will say that. I'm just like, yo, can you? Because it was like, yo, you're missing what Corey's throwing at you.
There's a difference though between, and I had this discussion with Patrick on the side. I was like, there's a difference though between Corey and Pat McAfee. So there's no comparison between the two. First of all, second of all, Pat McAfee is a former athlete. Both have a lot in common. Both former athletes. One retired, one not so much wanted to retire, but was forced to due to medical situations, and there was uncertainties with Corey's doctors and such about him returning to the ring. So he moved to doing commentary. Pat McAfee technically isn't a commentator. I mean, he is now on paper because he's working with WWE and of course doing the college football thing. But Pat McAfee is just somebody who happened to capitalize off of being himself, and people like him. He's just ended up being so likable, and watching him through his podcast on YouTube, but then went to ESPN. He takes up 2 hours of ESPN every day during the week.
Doing the show that he wants to do.
And I watch it consistently because he even has wrestlers on the show. He has Michael Cole showing up on the show. So it's like he's become the hip new thing that caught that fire. And in the social media era, it's different. And Corey has a lot to give. And I'm not trying to compare either of the two, but I'm just saying there's a difference between both come-ups in commentary, because Corey is actually a commentator. Like, he took the classes and everything at the Performance Center. He moved on up to the panel on the main roster as well. And he's done an amazing job, a phenomenal job. But Pat McAfee technically isn't a commentator. Pat McAfee is just himself. And he talks about sports, and he's a former athlete. It's just, he was able to capitalize that off of that a little better than Corey was, which led to Corey saying what he said on X where he was like, imagine you putting in all this work for all these years after not being told and that you weren't able to do what you initially wanted to come here. And then they tell you you're not famous enough to do the job that you've poured into for the last 10 to 15 years or so. Like, imagine being told that though. Like, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's past fault because it's not like it's neither here nor there. We're not in those rooms. We're not in those meetings. But at the same time, it's kind of fucked up.
But that next post right after,
but it's not past. It's neither man's fault.
But also,
they feel or being.
But it's how you look at it as well, though. Like, do you take it as an insult or do you take it as a need to like, hey, maybe I need to step my shit up? Because everything you're saying, the same thing is told to a wrestler. Like, again, another Sami Zayn.
Man, felt like he was coaching.
Yeah, I'm sure someone had this conversation with him. Was like, yo, we need you to step this up. So when I come out, I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna add something to this. And now he's at WrestleMania.
It's weird that Corey Graves would then post right after it, like, hey, I got a lot to say, and then promote NXT for that night. I don't think like a live mic, well, not live mic, like on commentary, after the years he's been there, would go rogue. And like the fact that he teed it up feels weird. You know, like if I knew I was going to go in and say something, like if I'm going to my boss tomorrow morning, like I'm not going to like tweet it out today, like, well, I can't wait. I can't wait to tell him off something. And then
I'm not gonna lie. When he came out at New Year's Evil, that energy was a little different. I will say that.
Oh, it was, yeah.
He didn't look happy to be there.
No, he didn't really look excited.
I saw him walking out, and I can tell you, like, the shit when they introduced him, and like to us, like the shit they don't show y'all on TV, but when he comes bring music playing, it did not look like he wanted to be here.
This is another thing that I don't understand, though. Okay, like all right. Whoever told him that he wasn't famous enough to do his job was the one who fucked up. And they should have never said nothing like that to him. First of all, second of all, maybe that's what he was pissed about, but I wouldn't. There was a lot of word in the IWC where there were a lot of people saying that he's being demoted. I don't look the NXT's moving to NXT is not a demotion anymore, y'all.
No.
Like you have newsflash alert. It's now part of the main roster as well.
But that's what his tweet made it seem like. Like it's a demotion.
But
like
I put it on too, though.
Yeah. You want to
mention NXT in that tweet?
No, he didn't. But it's again the whole thing of like not being popular enough to be on this show.
Famous enough, he said.
Yeah, not famous enough to be on this show and then to be moved here. And it's like, yo, it makes it sound like you're being demoted. But you're also hating because there's another product that's hot right now. So really you kind of acting like CM Punk. And you're now wanting to take your ball and go home because this part of the story don't necessarily need you right now. And that's the more effed up thing right now. It's like, hey, we found something that's working, that's bringing this in. Yes, we do need to figure out something for you. Let's get back to you. And you don't like that. And I can understand even from Honey's point of what you're saying, because it's like, yo, it's the same thing like when when superstars from other industries come in and they're just like, oh yeah, we're thinking about giving him a title with Roman for the championship. The fuck? Like I've been here 15 years and y'all ain't never gave me a fucking title shot. Like, yeah, I can be mad about it, but I also know too, it's like, hey, this shit is gonna sell tickets. And where I'm at right now might not sell that many tickets. And it's like, fuck. I look at that, but I also now gotta look at me as, okay, how do I get to where I'm gonna be the one they look at like, yeah, I think him in this match is gonna pull tickets in. And even further to your point, Corey don't have to do that much for it to become more famous, because again, you are better at than Pat McAfee at this.
Yes, absolutely.
But also too, to take accountability, you've stayed in a box and stayed safe
for way too long. You, just like regular wrestlers, characters like you would already know, you have not elevated into the next step. You're still Shield Rollins right now.
Maybe that next step was him actually being like a lead guy. Like, and maybe that didn't work out the way that they wanted it to work out. I thought he was fine as a lead guy. I think it was him and Wade Barrett, right? Like, wasn't that the one that's before they brought in Joe? But I thought that was a lot of heavy lifting because it was different with him having that job ain't easy, man. Because you got to go in and out of commercials, in and out of promotions, and make sure you're on point. But he did a fairly good job. But maybe that's not the job they thought that he would do at this point, being to the right side of Michael Cole this whole all these years. So there could have been some play there.
And Corey has so much more talent to offer too. He also has experience working behind the scenes as well. When he was working with Triple H and NXT, helping superstars like Aleister Black find their creative niche and help them with their theme music, like pick out their theme music. Like he was responsible for all of that stuff because that was shortly after he was injured and the doctors were unclear if he should return or could return or not. And he never received any response from that. But being under the wing of Triple H and Shawn Michaels and the experience that he has, he could do so much as a creative writer. I'm sure even helping put matches together, because they also mentioned he was cleared last year or something like that at some point, that he was cleared. For some reason that news came out and was kept real quiet. But I don't know.
Honey, those are all commendable jobs. But the one he had though was in that position was the be all end all to a degree. You know what I mean? Like it was the holy grail of that role or that progression. WrestleMania, Saudi shows, he did them all, and it's tough to tell. Like again, I agree with what Will said. Maybe, and I think honey, you said it, got too comfortable. Like you didn't progress the way that we thought you would have, and we tested it out with you being the lead guy, and it just didn't. I don't think it worked the way that they wanted it to. He should have been more. If that's the case, and we're talking about this in a few more weeks, he should have put some more stock into that. He should have studied Michael Cole better. He should have done all this better. I mean, there's some liability to be passed around, some blame, but what's that next move now?
And also knowing like where all of that lies, and like like popularity is the currency right now. And even as someone that wrestles, that like when someone gets white hot or red hot, whatever the statement they'll like to use, and that character's there, like they're gonna eye that to see, okay, we know this finna draw in tickets, let's move here. So if you've come from a world that's always ever changing because it's based off of a person's opinion, why would you not set yourself up to be able to grasp that? Because there was at one point like, yo, your podcast was killing it.
Yeah.
And then the wrestling podcasts started getting flooded and you just disappeared. But you could have been the king of that. You could have made yourself undeniable to where it's like, hey, you know what? We'll put you with Pat on Netflix and we'll put Michael Cole with Joe Tessitore. But you got complacent in where you were at. So, yes, we can see it. We can see it, honey. We can see. I also got a meeting at 3:00 too. Because I ain't gonna lie. Your girl needs a nap. The itis has kicked in. You can see the blaze in her eyes right now. Like, yo,
we have done a long one here, man.
Yeah, we have.
This is a record. This is a 4.5-hour show right here.
I know, 4 hours. That's a record.
Yeah, this is gonna run her
This
numbers.
is a watch along in a post show right here.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Put the chapters in.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the watch along.
Question: Are y'all showing up Monday? It's Martin Luther King Day. Are we shooting or no?
We gotta ask boss lady.
Yeah.
Are we?
Dang it. I kind of want to call her and ask her just to see.
Want to call it right now?
Oh, yeah, but
Make a social media post in observance of Martin Luther King's birthday. Where
should I do it? Should I do it?
Nah, I'm gonna say no. At least not why that thing says live up there.
Yeah, wait till we're
I'd have told him we were live. I'd have said that.
Hey, remember when Shannon Sharp didn't tell whatchamacallit that they weren't who was it? He played for the Falcons. Damn it, I can't remember his name. Julio Jones. He
He like you know we're live, right?
Oh, he didn't even say it. He didn't even say it. He was like, hey, he asked him about was he coming back or doing something like that, and he pretty much said like, yeah, man, my time's up. All right, nephew, talk to you later. He's like, Shannon didn't even ask. Like, hey, is it good if I record you?
Oh
my God.
Lord. Man. Yeah, we 4 hours and 30 minutes, man. I think that's a good way to spend a Sunday, talking and watching and enjoying some stuff.
That's fun, man.
Yeah. So be sure if you ought to check out our new episode of Kayfabe podcast. We're gonna be dropping clips and stuff like that. We got the next one coming up next Saturday and stuff. So just keep checking, keep watching.
Player selection almost broke us.
Man.
Good times. Yeah. Do we need to sign off? I think we're good.
Yeah. Y'all know
have you been here for now?
Y'all should have known where to follow us by now. So
you should have done it in the 4-hour span by now. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate y'all consistently rocking because we stayed at around 50 people, so that's dope. So I appreciate y'all sticking with us this long. So y'all enjoy y'all Friday, and we're gonna catch y'all. We'll see if we'll catch y'all Monday. If we're gonna find out if Canadians celebrate MLK Day. So
you Canadians?
Yeah, I don't know if Canadians celebrate MLK Day.
I felt like you said Canada for some reason. Did I hear that wrong?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Canadians would be a very great way to call them that. The Canadians is. They should look into that. Y'all should look into that. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, we're going to catch y'all next time.
Thanks for joining WWT. Don't forget to like us on all social media platforms at WW Talk Pod. Like and subscribe on all video and audio platforms like yesterday, my G. And check out our website at www.talkpod.com. Thanks for watching Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.